You know, that's Reyes.
It's Tompkins and custody.
Which one, Judge?
Tompkins.
1 second.
Somebody's trying to.
Yeah, I don't see anything, Judge.
Just ask, can I see some of?
Yeah, he's out there.
First up, I have, good morning, everybody. First up, I have Mr. Maggots.
Good morning, Judge. I'm here on the Sean Weaver and Peterson case that's up for tomorrow with APA DeGraza and Mr. Clemens. And we're, at least I'm seeking or trying to get an adjournment of that. It's scheduled for tomorrow at about 10 a.m.
Why?
Well, from my perspective, I was a spot appointed, and which I didn't get the discovery right away, but then I did. And then it was a lot of discovery. And then I had difficulty getting the videos formatted in a way that I could look at them. And they were placed on a flash drive for me. So now I just got the flash drive over the weekend, but I hadn't gotten a chance to meet with the client yet. And I want to show them the videos. That's number one. And then number two, in the meantime, there was another batch of discovery that was provided to me once Mr. DeGraza got onto the case. The previous prosecutor had provided that. And when I say there's several hundred pages, or maybe 300-400 pages of discovery, then there's a lot of video. It's just a lot of material here. So I just need a little more time to get this
That's not good. That's not good at all, Mr. Maggots.
Well, and I should let the court know, and maybe, and I don't know whether the court is aware of this, when we scheduled the exam, I received an email from the prosecutor indicating that he's going to have maybe 5 to 7 witnesses, and it's going to be more than a half-hour exam. And I don't know whether.
That's what I'm here for.
Okay. Well, I made my request. The court has discretion, and that's the best. That's all I got.
Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Rickles, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm here for Denise Holland.
Okay, Danielle Holland.
I'm sorry, yes, Danielle Holland, my apology.
No problem. Ready on.
Calling case number 2305-979201. People of the state of Michigan versus Danielle Holland. Defendant is charged in count 1, child abuse, second degree. Defendant has a.
Can I speak to my lawyer?
Ma'am, I'm gonna ask you to speak when you're spoken to, okay? Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Oh. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Good morning, Your Honor. Erin Wilmuth, P82085, appearing on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Services by Ken Riggins, P82125 on behalf of Miss Danielle Holland.
Ms. Holland, tell us your name for the record.
Danielle Holland.
What's your question, Mr. Riggins?
Your Honor, this is a matter that we need to set for a preliminary examination. I read the paper discovery. There seems to be a bit of digital discovery, and there's actually a video that is necessary that I have not seen. So I'm asking the prosecutor to send me a copy of all the digital discovery.
That's a non-issue. I am starting a trial, but I will send the evidence.com link to Mr. Riggins this afternoon or during my lunch break.
Okay. The court will continue to plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is November 27th, 1815?
Can I say something?
That's fine, Your Honor.
November 27th at what time, Judge? I'm sorry.
10:15.
Yes, that works for the people.
All right. Mr. Riggins, it looks like your client is dying to talk to you.
Absolutely, Your Honor. I'd be more than happy to go into a breakout room with her.
One second. Go ahead and join the breakout room.
Thank you.
Mr. Polk. Larry Polk.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
Judge, I have to come here. I have an individual named Darrell Johnson. He needs counsel, Judge. I'm in a position where I can't continue to represent him.
Is that up to date?
It's not up to date, Judge. The exam is next week, so I wanted to get to the court as quickly as possible so that he can be assigned counsel and possibly keep your exam date.
What kind of case is it?
It's a domestic violence, allegations of domestic violence.
And what seems to be the problem?
Well, Judge, we have a communication problem, a lack of respect. Calls me on the weekends. I've done a couple of motions for him in reference to some.
I can't hear you anymore.
I said he then calls, and we just are not on the same page, Judge. And
Okay, Mr. Polk, can you do this for me? Can you do a motion to withdraw? So
yes.
we can get the file and perhaps even the defendant so I can speak to him as well.
All right, he's on this morning. He got on this morning.
What's his name again?
Darrell Johnson.
I don't see Darrell Johnson.
Oh, okay then. All right. He said he's gonna be on at 8:30, and that's what I told him to do. So I'll do the written motion.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks. Sure.
Jeremy Tompkins. Unmute yourself, sir.
Yes, sir.
Why are you on my Zoom?
Mr. Taylor, I thought we were supposed to meet back on November 13th today.
We are. You're supposed to be in person here at 36th District Court at 12:15.
Oh my God, thank you. Yes, sir.
Don't be late.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Clemens? Think he's gone. Mr. Mencken?
Good morning, Your Honors. I have Kareem May, and I haven't been able to get a hold of him. I don't see him on here. I have a phone number that I can leave messages on, but he hasn't responded, and I've called it several times.
So what do you want me to do?
Well, I mean, we can either give him a chance. I can see if maybe I have to get an investigator to go and see if they can find him. Or you can set up you can either or set up an exam.
He should be relatively easy to find, Mr. Mencken. He's on a tether.
Well, then maybe I got to call up the tether place. I didn't realize I didn't have that information.
Let me call the case.
Calling case number 2305-975701, people of the state of Michigan versus Kareem May. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Your Honor, Shelley Drain, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Steve Mencken, P31562, appearing on behalf of Kareem May. And in our off-record discussions, paperwork I had showed he had a $100,000 personal bond. It didn't say anything about a tether. I guess I could, if I could see if I can contact the tether unit and see if he's out there. He should have been given notice, but I haven't been able to make contact with him so far.
Okay.
So either I can ask for adjournment to see if I can get a hold of him. I don't see him here this morning.
I can adjourn it to Wednesday, November 15th.
Let me make sure I'm available, that I don't have to. I should be, but let's see. November 15th. Okay. I'll fit it in, and I'll try and contact the tether unit. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. November 15th at 8:30. Bond continued.
Okay.
Ms. Frederick.
Morning, Your Honor.
Hang on one second, Ms. Frederick. Let me find out what Mr. Riggins wants now. What's up, Mr. Riggins?
Your Honor, on behalf of my client, I'd like to make a bond argument.
Did you already have a bond redetermination hearing?
I believe there was, Your Honor.
So what circumstances changed from then to now?
Her mother passed. Her mother passed this past Saturday.
Recalling case 23059799201, people versus Danielle Holland. Appearances again, please. Appearances again, please.
Oh, Danielle Holland.
Good morning. I was waiting for the prosecutor, but good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Services by Ken Riggins, P82125.
Sorry, Judge, I was trying to unmute. Aaron Wilmuth, P82085, appearing on behalf of the people.
Okay, so Ms. Wilmoth, the defendant indicates that her mother just passed over the weekend, that she's requesting some kind of adjustment to her bond. What's your position?
Judge, I haven't seen, and I'm sorry, but I haven't seen any proof of that. It doesn't change the allegations in this case, which are very serious. I'm inclined to object, and I respectfully am requesting this court keep her bond at the same. There was a bond redetermination hearing, and the court kept the bond as is. And there's a reason for that.
And Your Honor, I respectfully, I just found out about her mother passing. I will try to get verification from the hospital if they will give me proof. But I don't want this young lady to miss her mother's funeral. She is currently employed or was employed, had stable housing, and it's my understanding that the children have been taken away. So there's no contact with the children. She understands that. She just wants to get out and be afforded the opportunity to say her last goodbyes to her mother.
Your Honor, if the court is inclined to allow that after seeing proof, I would ask absolutely for house arrest, with the only exception to go to a funeral service. But I still would like to see verification.
Okay, Mr. Briggins, give me that verification and we'll adjust it.
Yes, Your Honor, I will contact the hospital. And you said that was Sinai?
St. John's.
St. John, okay.
That's what my aunt had told me last night.
I will reach out and see if I can get the documentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Frederick, you're on.
Good morning, Your Honor. I have an exam with you at 11:15 this morning, and I can barely breathe or speak. And I'm wondering if I can get an adjournment. I had to take 2 COVID tests over the weekend. I'm negative, but at the same time, I'm pretty sick.
Okay, let me call that. That's Eastman, Deshaun
Yes.
Eastman?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Calling case number 2305-966401. People of the state of Michigan versus Deshaun Eastman, defendant charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. Defendant also has case number 2305-966501. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence.
For the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And again, good morning, Your Honor. Lisa Frederick, P53372, on behalf of Mr. Eastman. I had requested an adjournment of today's 11:15 a.m. examination due to health concerns. Requesting that the court set the matter for sometime early next week, giving me a time to recover.
Well, next week isn't gonna happen.
Okay. My concern is for myself and others. I have a I don't know, it's a terrible cold. Like I said, I thought it was COVID, but it's not. I can hardly breathe. So I don't know how long it's going to take me to recover, but I would not like to get worse or expose other people to this kind of cold.
We appreciate that. The court finds good cause for the adjournment. I'll adjourn it to November 27th at 10:30.
Thank you so much, Judge.
Will be continued. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mencken, why are you back?
I spoke to Corporal Thomas. She says she went to school with you. She says he's in the old jail, that he never got a tether. I guess he's not out. So I would ask the court if we either we get him or we put it over to Wednesday and he's written out or is brought to court. He's in the old division.
Okay, so we'll keep the Wednesday date.
Okay, so I'll just come in and I don't know if I can visit him in time, but we can have the hearing on Wednesday. Appreciate it, Judge.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Ms. Barrett.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. What can I do for you?
I have Denise Lewis up for PCC.
Okay.
And
They call the case.
I would.
Calling case number 2305-975301. People of the state of Michigan versus Denise Lewis. Defendant is charged in count one, assault with a dangerous weapon, count two, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this court, Yvette Barrett, P58142, appearing on behalf of Denise Lewis.
Okay, what's your pleasure, counsel?
I'm asking to waive her appearance at this time and set this matter for an exam.
She called, she said she didn't do so.
The person I have there is a Mr. Bass. Court will continue to plead, will waive the defendant's presence, continue to plead not guilty, and set this matter for preliminary examination. I was November 27th at 10:45.
November 27th
Yes,
at 10:45.
yes.
That works for me. I am trying to get in contact with my client. I would ask your clerk if there's any information in terms of address or contact information for my client. My name is not even on the file.
So apparently she called the court this morning.
Okay. Is that number on record that she called from?
I have somebody here on the iPhone. Let's see if this is her. Looks like it might be. What's your name, ma'am? Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Ms. Barrett, why don't you send the iPhone there and check? See if that's her. I believe it is, though.
Okay, I will.
Mr. Vicker, are you still here? Somebody better call Tyrone. Mr. Whitey.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
I'm here on Kenesha Wright for PCC. We're just scheduling an exam date.
Okay, let me call you.
Calling case number 2305-978901 before the state of Michigan versus Kenesha Wright. Defendant is charged in count one, child abuse, third degree.
Appearances for the record, please.
Okay, Dennis Whitey, P79560 on behalf of Kenesha Wright, who I believe is present by way of Zoom.
Do I have an APA here on right? This Zoom off left me. I'm gonna have to come back to you, Mr. Whiting. I apologize, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Sinclair.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
Yes, sir. I was retained on Saturday on the case of Sean Weaver. I filed an appearance to put in the request for discovery, received discovery, but I hear it's 300 to 400 pages. And I'm asking if the court would be willing to adjourn the exam to set for Tuesday to allow me an opportunity to get discovery and have an adequate opportunity to review discovery.
No, sir.
Okay. I didn't expect to be retained on the file on Saturday, and I am out of town at the moment on business, and I'll be in a series of meetings for the next 2 days. Just wanted to see if the court would consider something like an adjournment for that reason.
This is the case you should have taken. If you're not going to be here to do it.
Okay. It's my understanding that there is co-defendant on this file. And they have retained counsel, and that lawyer hasn't received all of the discovery either. So the court considered adjournment for that reason.
Oh, sir, who is the retained counsel?
It's my understanding that Mr. Clemens is retained on the co-defendant's case. I believe the last name, is Derek Peterson, if I make no mistake.
Where's Mr. Clemens? He's not here asking for an adjournment.
I can send him a text message and ask him to log in if the court would allow.
Okay, because right now I'm not persuaded.
Okay, I'll ask him to log in right now. I just sent the text message. Thank you.
Ma'am, on the iPhone, unmute yourself. Ms. Barrett,
Yes,
have you been able to communicate with this young lady?
I sent the message out. I haven't gotten a response back yet.
She has her hand raised but won't unmute herself.
She has her hand raised. Well, I put all my information in there, so not going anywhere. All right, have a good day.
Let me try putting you in a breakout room with her. You hung up. Okay, great. Good morning, Mr. Clements.
Hey, Judge, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, good. Were you looking for me?
Well, based on what Mr. Sinclair was saying, he was saying that you wanted an adjournment. I said, well, Mr. Clements isn't here asking for an adjournment.
Well, Judge, the issue is that we had filed a motion for additional discovery based upon an issue that I think is very pressing and very relevant to the court's decision as it relates to probable cause. It will absolutely affect the proceedings in this particular case because so much of the case is depicted upon video and video evidence. It's a facial recognition case, Judge. So we're certainly asking for the facial recognition discovery and we haven't gotten it. And we want it prior to exam because it's pertinent to identification.
Who's your APA?
DeGrazia, Dominic.
Can you give any indication as to when you may get that to you?
No.
The exam is tomorrow.
Yes, in fact, they kind of have still been giving us more discovery as of late. To be clear.
Okay. Has anybody reached out to Mr. DeGrazia this morning?
He was on when Mr. Madison was talking. I just emailed him and asked him if he could zoom back in. I have an exam at 36 at 9:30.
Okay.
I mean, I suppose we could deal with it tomorrow too, Judge. I don't know how the court, whichever way the court would like to proceed.
Mr. Sinclair is in town.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna select a new date, he could maybe Zoom in tomorrow while we're out. Well, I don't know, because I don't know what his availability is tomorrow.
I could zoom in around this time tomorrow if the court wants to handle it that way.
Mr. Sinclair, I would suggest in the future you not take a case that you're not gonna be here for the exam on.
Noted.
Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you.
The time of the exam?
Which is?
We're scheduled for 10:30.
Probably 10 o'clock. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Morning, Your Honor. Scott over here.
I see you, Mr. Nadeau. Hang on a second.
Sure.
Unmute yourself, ma'am. What's your name?
Kanisha Wright.
You're Miss Wright. Okay. So we were waiting on the APA, right? Here's Ms. Williams. Okay. We're waiting on right again.
Case number 2305978901, people of the state of Michigan versus Kanisha Wright. Defendant is charged in count 1, child abuse, 3rd degree.
Appearances for the record, please. Ms. Wilmot is frozen.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm juggling a bunch and starting a jury trial. Aaron Wilmoth, P82085, appearing on behalf of the people.
And Dennis Whitey, P79560 on behalf of Miss Wright, who is present by way of Zoom, I believe.
Tell us your name again, Ms. Wright.
Kanisha Wright.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Whiting?
Your Honor, we'd just like to schedule this matter for a preliminary examination. My client is out of custody, so if the court needed a waiver of time, we'd be willing to do that.
How is November 27th at 11 o'clock?
November 27 at 11?
Yes, sir.
Actually, I'm in trial at circuit court. Do you have anything earlier?
I can do November 27th.
I'm sorry, Judge. November 27th at what time?
9 o'clock.
9 a.m. would be.
Judge, I can't hear anything at this moment. Well, I got kicked out of there.
Those are be still, Miss Wilmot.
Well, I just got kicked out of the witness room.
November 27th at 9 o'clock.
11 a.m. was better because I have some things at Frank Murphy.
It wasn't better for Mr. Whiting.
Judge, if it helps, December 1st would work if that works better for the prosecutor.
No, that doesn't work for me. How about November 27th at 1:30?
I'm in circuit court that afternoon. I apologize. And I got a trial starting the next day.
I can do 9:30 on the 27th, but I cannot do 9.
Okay, November 27th at 9:30.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Ms. Wilmoth.
I'll get you discovery.
Okay, I have
Everyone have a
paper.
good day.
Thank you.
Continue. November 27th, that's in person, Ms. Wright, at 9:30.
Okay.
Mr. Nadeau.
Yeah, sorry about that. My buttons are not working right now. There we are. Okay, good. Good morning, Your Honor. I couldn't change my name, but I'm here for Mr. Rodriguez. Jose Rodriguez. You would probably send anything in advance. I did note in the police report that we needed a Spanish interpreter. And I have not had a chance to speak with him because I don't have a good number for him.
Let me call the case.
All right.
Number 2305-975201. People of the state of Michigan versus Jose Rodriguez. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to prevent bodily harm less than murder by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the People, P number 60249.
And Scott Nadeau, P64316, on behalf of Jose Rodriguez.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Nadeau?
Your Honor, at this time, I would just set it for an exam. I have not been able to contact my client. I don't have a good number for him, but I do have all the discovery that I need. He would need a Spanish interpreter, according to the police report, and from what I could see on the videos. I know a little bit of Spanish, but not enough to be able to advise him.
All right, the court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination on November 27th at 9 o'clock.
November 27th?
Yes, sir.
Just a moment. Let me double check. It sounds like it should be okay. 9 o'clock. Perfect. Not a problem, Judge. See you then.
All right.
Thank you.
And may I also say that I believe that the complainant also needs a Spanish interpreter for the exam.
Okay. So we need interpreters. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Drain, is there a email that I can reach you on?
Sure.
Is it S-Drain?
It's sdrain@waynecounty.com. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
All right, I'm going to email you about this, okay? Thank you.
Okay.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Judge. Good day, always.
Thank you, you too. Is Mr. O'Donnell still out there? Sir, what's your name?
Real Johnson, sir.
Come to the podium for me. Tell me your name again.
Real Johnson.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
Larry Polk is your attorney, is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Polk came in this morning asking to withdraw from your case because of some breakdown in communication. Is that right?
Yes, sir. I have text messages that I printed out. Ever since I had him, he never asked me anything about the case. I asked him about my police reports and all this. And he finally gave it. He said he didn't have them. He said she'll give it to me. And he did get it. And he finally texted to me on the 10th. He couldn't have got him on the 10th. He had him before the 10th because records weren't open. I tried to go
What
to
do you need him for?
I needed to overlook them. And I was trying to come give you some information, just like I told you. I was telling him that my girlfriend.
Hey, I don't want to know anything about your case right now. My interest right now is what your problem with the attorney is Mr. Polk is a very, very good attorney. And for him to be assigned to you, you were blessed to get him. Now, he's requesting that I remove him from the case and give you another attorney. I don't know what you're going to get if I assign you another attorney. You could get another very good attorney, or you could get an attorney that's not so good. I have no idea who you're going to get. But I'm letting you know that you're giving up a very good attorney. Attorney who's been practicing in this court for many, many years, who's been before this court in many, many cases. And it's a shame that for whatever reason you can't get along with it. Because you want to be the lawyer?
No,
well, you want to examine the police reports and so forth. I know it's very difficult when it's your life on the line and so forth, but there has to be a certain amount of trust that you have to give your attorney to know that they're doing what they do. They're your advocate. They're the only person that's on your side. I'm not on anybody's side. I call him as I see him. Sure. But he's gonna file a motion to withdraw as counsel. And once again, like I said, you're using a very good attorney. He said something about disrespect. I don't know. I'm just telling you what he said.
I never.
So I think he's gonna be back here tomorrow. You can join us by way of Zoom. You don't have to come in person. Wednesday, you're a preliminary exam, you know? I'm not sure.
There anywhere I can submit this evidence?
No. Give it to your new attorney. You're dressed very nice, by the way.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I add that, my ex is not coming back to the house, and my dad is 94 from Atlanta, and I'm over my sister's house, and there's not enough room here, and I need to get back to my house. I have my deed papers to the house, and they got a hold on her. She made an assault, a police officer, and attacked me. They got her.
Sir, I told you I don't want to hear anything about your case. And the concerns you have about getting back to your house, those are concerns that you have to run through your attorney, who will know how to properly bring that to the court. But for whatever reason, you can't get along with Mr. Pope, who's a very fierce advocate for his clients. Sometimes, you know, every attorney, just like every judge, has their own style. Some do a little more hand-holding than others. Some want to be left alone and let me do my cases because I have a lot of cases.
He is right.
He knows exactly what he's doing. But, and people will misinterpret their lack of communication with them not caring about your case and not knowing anything about your case. That's not the case. It could be sometimes, but I can attest to you that that's not the case with Mr. Pope. Mr. Pope is always prepared each and every time he comes before this court.
Is there any way I can beat him?
You have to discuss that with him. He sounded pretty offended last time I talked to him. So you're gonna have to discuss that with him. And again, he knows how to get what you're asking for before the court. Okay? So go and see if you can work that out with Mr. Pope. Okay? All right, see you tomorrow.
Tomorrow at what time?
I take Zoom at 8:30. Yeah, do Zoom. Okay. All right, Mr. O'Donnell, what can I do for you, sir?
Judge, I'm here on Mr. Blaylock's case. Mr. Blaylock is in the hall.
Okay.
We have 9:30 preliminary exam.
Oh. Oh, that's a good exam. You know, claiming this here?
I don't know.
Okay. Mr. Baker. That's the only pieces. All right.
Hello, Judge King.
Yes, sir, Mr. Grazian.
Hello, Judge. I got an email from Adam Clements asking me to sign back in. I don't know, is he in the waiting room or not?
No, they came in and they're gone. It took too long.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Adjournment, they said that there's some discovery that's still outstanding that they're looking for. You know anything
Right,
about that?
Well, I don't know what they filed a discovery request, a discovery motion, so I don't know if they want to address that before the exam or not, but, you know, obviously I know they were asking for an adjournment and you said no, so.
There's some discovery that they're looking for?
So my position is they don't need the discovery they're asking for to do the exam. You know, there is a lot of discovery. What?
Are they entitled to it?
No, I don't believe. So they've received all the discovery I have, and then so everything I have, they currently have. However, they filed a subsequent discovery motion asking for a lot of information I don't have, or I don't think they're entitled to. So my position is that should really be addressed at the circuit court. But you know, everything I have, they currently have, and I'm ready to do the exam
They're
tomorrow.
asking if you don't think they're entitled to.
I'm sorry, what?
What are they asking for that you don't think they're entitled to?
They're asking for high school diplomas of the investigating officers, source code for the facial recognition software that obviously my position is it's not relevant for the exam, and a whole bunch of other items which are related to facial recognition software, which I'm not really planning on introducing any evidence about facial recognition at the exam.
All right, so they're gonna be back tomorrow via Zoom, because I understand Mr. Sinclair is not even in town.
Oh, Mr. Clements?
Mr. Clemens will be there tomorrow. Mr. Sinclair is
I didn't know Sinclair's on this too, but I'll be there tomorrow, so.
he just retained in Saturday.
Oh, okay. Well, that's news to me. So he obviously doesn't have any discovery yet, so.
There are two defendants on this case?
Yes, it's Sean Weaver and Derek Peterson.
I think he's representing Weaver, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so I'll be there tomorrow, I guess, to deal with whatever happens.
Okay. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes.
We ready on Thurston Blaylock? Good morning. Are we ready on Blaylock?
Yes, sir.
Calling case 2359669, State of Michigan versus Thurston Raphael Blaylock. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault, potentially great bodily harm, malicious murder, or by strangulation. Count 2 rape, injury, legal injury without owner's permission. Count 3 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this court, Gabrielle Pruitt, requesting permission to practice under court rule 8.210 under the supervision of APA Treasurer.
Permission granted.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning, Your Honor. James O'Donnell, P 42585. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Thurston Blaylock. Sir, could you give the judge your name loud? Thurston Raphael Blaylock. Judge, we're ready to proceed.
People ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses will be?
The people have one witness.
They call you.
The people would like to call Lysandra Davis.
Please step forward, give your name and spelling to the, you got it already. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone that'll be to your left. Maybe when you're ready.
Good morning. Please state your first and last name for the record. Ms. Davis, can you do me a favor? Will you pick that microphone up from the bottom and sit it in your lap? From that thick part right there.
So face the microphone.
Can you say your name for the record? Ms. Davis, do you know someone named Thurston
See if
Blaylock?
that's turned on. Turn that red light. Try it now.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Davis, do you know someone named Thurston Blaylock? Yes. How do you know him?
Ex-boyfriend,
How long was your dating relationship?
about 2.5 months.
Prior to dating Mr. Blaylock, did you know him?
We was communicating off and on, but we was never seen each other. We was just like texting like previously. And it's just like, it started in like 2021, but we was just like, hi, bye. But we didn't get serious until like August 14th.
Have you ever seen Mr. Blaylock in person?
Yes, when he came up to my job, I think this was back in like March. He had came up there one time and then we stopped talking after that. And then we started back talking like around the beginning of August.
You previously testified that you and Mr. Blaylock communicated through text message.
Yes.
And during that time, have you ever seen photos of Mr. Blaylock?
We was together. He was living at my house like August 14th all the way up until not even living at my house. Well, he was like him and his kids was staying at my house. I guess they ain't had nowhere to go. So they was staying there for like 2 weeks. And then he had ended up leaving because I ended up going through his phone and I seen that he was texting a female talking about he missed him, so he got an attitude and he had packed all his stuff and he had left. So then we were still together after that point, but he just wasn't staying in my house after that point.
So during the time that Mr. Blaylock was staying in your house, you got to know what he looked like?
No, I didn't know what he looked like. He came up to my job and he took me out to go get drinks and he goes.
Okay, so based off that, do you see Mr. Blaylock in court?
Yes.
Can you point to him and tell the court I have what he's wearing?
He's right here. You got a black jacket.
Let the record reflect identification of the defendant.
So no.
Ms. Davis, I want to talk to you about the date of October 27th, 2023.
Yes.
Where were you at on that day?
I was at home. Mr. Blaylock came over probably around 10 something. And he was stating that he was coming to see the kids, but he wasn't coming to see me. But my kids were asleep during that time. So I went outside to Mr. Blaylock's car and I asked him, can he, well, at first I noticed that he was drunk. And then I looked on his legs and I noticed that he ain't had no drawers on. So I asked him where his boxes was at. He just started laughing. And then that's when I was like, can you take me to the store? He was like, you gotta pay me to take you to the store. So I cashed out him $2. And then that's when I was like, why you don't have no drawers on? And he just kept on laughing. So then that's when I asked to see his phone. He said, have at it. So I'm going through his phone. I go to this one particular name, Brittany, but before I open up her message, all of a sudden, out the blue, he just started hitting me in my head, choking me, and I'm like trying to get him off of me because he's like way stronger than me. And it lasted like a minute, and I'm just like trying to push him off of me, and then the phone had fell down to the ground, like between my legs. And then that's when he had picked it up. And then that's when I'm sitting back here on the, my back is against the glass on the passenger side window. And then that's when, he picked up the phone, he put it on my lap again, and he was like, have at it. So then that's when I'm getting scared because he's trying to come in my house at this point, and my kids are there and he's
Ms.
drunk.
Davis, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I have to ask you some questions and I want to go backwards, okay?
Okay.
You said that you were at home.
Uh-huh.
What city do you live in?
Detroit, Michigan.
And what county is that in?
Wayne County.
And you just testified that you were hit and choked.
Yes.
Where were you when you were, where were you located when this happened?
In his car.
Okay. And were you both sitting?
Yes.
When he hit you, was his hand open or closed fist?
It was like this, like, so I guess it was closed. He was hitting like this beside my head on his side.
Let the record reflect the defendant was just punching herself in the left side of her head.
And then he was choking me.
You said that he was choking you. When he was choking you, was he using one hand or two hands?
He was using one hand, and I also sent videos and pictures of my neck after the fact, how I looked.
How did your neck look after the fact?
It was all scratched up and it was like reddish.
So you, before I interrupted you, you were just saying that the tussle ended. Mr. Blaylock gave you his phone back and then something else happened.
After that point, when he put his phone back on my lap, that's when I was getting scared because he wanted to come in my house. And I'm like, no, my kids are in there, and he's like drunk, and I know how he is, like when he gets drunk, he be raging and stuff and being loud, and my kids asleep. So then that's when I had my keys to my car in my hand. So I hopped in my car. His phone was still, I ended up putting his phone on the side right there. I didn't even take his phone with me. And then that's when I hopped in my car. I called the police. My phone was getting ready to die. So then that's when I get a notification from Xfinity that my back door was opening and closing, because I got cameras on my house. So then as my back door closing and opening, my kids are in there. So I parked my car right across the street from my apartment building in the other complex. And then I ran back to the house. When I ran back to the house, I entered through the front door. I walked to the back door, and then that's when I seen that my back door was kicked in. And he just kicked in the back door at that point because I got two doors. So the first door was open already. I guess I didn't lock it all the way when I left out. But the main door, my white door, it was locked. So when I came back, the main door was kicked in. So then after that point, I seen my neighbors outside, and I asked them, can I use their phone to call the police? But my son is already upstairs on the game with my nephew, and he's crying, telling my nephew, like, call your mom, tell her to call the police, because he can hear all the commotion in the background. So my nephew ended up calling his mom. My sister called the police, and it was like the police is already requested to them. They close that location, they on their way. So then that's when my neighbors like just go in the house and lock the door. So then that's my back door. I could only shut the
Judge, I'm
front
sorry to
door.
interrupt, but this is not a question and answer, and there's hearsay
It's
being
just
used.
narrative.
No more questions, Judge.
Trustee Tan?
So your name is Ms. Davis,
Yes,
and would you say that you were in a dating relationship with Mr. Blaylock?
yes,
And were you still in a dating relationship on the night or when this incident occurred?
no, he was just coming to see the kids, because he said that even though me and him wasn't together, that he still loved my kids as his own, so he wasn't gonna do specifically Ava like that.
So the purpose of his visitation that night was to see your children,
Yes,
and you agreed to that?
yes, but I told him,
No, that's all right.
yeah, okay.
So you came out of your house and got in his car at some point,
Yes, because my kids were asleep.
and that was because you wanted to go to the store,
Yes,
and he took you to the store,
no, he didn't take me to the store.
but you sat in his car.
Yeah, I sat in his car,
And his car was parked outside your house or your apartment.
in the back, yeah, in the back.
And at some point, you took his phone to look for, to see who he was talking to.
I didn't take his phone, and he could testify, he gave it to me, and he said, have at it. He
All right, so,
literally, he gave it to
excuse
me.
me, at some point, you had his phone, is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yes,
And while this happens, you're sitting in his car, he's in the driver's seat, you're in the passenger seat.
yes,
At some point, does he want his phone back?
no, he didn't ask for his phone back, that's the whole point.
And eventually, did his phone end up in your house and the police had to get the phone and
No, his phone, when I got out of his car to enter my car, I left his phone right there on the side. So when Mr. Blaylock broke into my house from the back door, he
All right, so
picked.
let's, hold on a second. I'll ask the question.
Mhm,
So at some point, you get out of his car.
mhm,
Is that a yes?
yes,
And where do you go when you get out of his car?
I go into my car, and I pull around to the front, and I park my car across the street from my
Thank
apartment.
you. And after you move your car, do you try to get into your house?
No, I didn't go into my house until I got an alert from Xfinity that my back door was opening and closing.
And when you park your car, are you able to see what Mr. Blaylock is doing?
Yes, because I have a camera on my phone. I have
I'm
a-
just asking you
Yes.
what you could see.
Yes, I can see my back door opening and closing through my Xfinity app.
So are you saying you saw him go to your back door?
Yes, you can see it on the camera, Mr.
No, I'm not
Blaylock.
asking about the
Yes.
camera. I'm asking about what you saw.
I didn't see him personally go to my back door, but when I verified through my camera, he was at my back door and I sent over the evidence to the prosecutor.
That's what I was about to ask. Did you save that video from that evening?
Yes, I sent all the evidence over to the prosecutors.
Thank you. All right. Now, when you got out of his car, had the struggle between the two of you already happened?
Yes, it was in the car.
And are you saying that the struggle was not about him asking for his phone back?
No, when I was going through his phone, when I specifically got to the person bringing name, so he looking at me while I'm going through his phone. So when I'm about to open up, I didn't never see the text message between him and my.
I'm sorry, I'm just gonna ask you a simple question.
Yes.
When he was struggling with you, where was the phone?
It was right there in my hand and then it fell on the floor between my legs.
Did he say to you he wanted his phone back?
No, that's the.
Just yes or no?
No.
How many times did he hit you?
I'm not sure, it happened so fast. I wasn't counting every hit.
Okay. And how long was it that he choked you?
It was like a minute.
And you never lost consciousness, did you?
Well, I was trying to I couldn't breathe, so I'm trying to get him off of me.
No, my question was, did you lose?
No, I didn't lose consciousness, but I was losing my breath.
And you said he used one hand to choke you?
Yes, it could have been two. I wasn't even looking because my head was down. My head is down like this, so he's doing like this, so.
And when you got out of his car, where was his phone?
It was on the side of his car.
Just one moment, John. Did the police officer walk up to you and get a phone from you?
They asked multiple times for his phone, but at that point, I did not have Mr. Blaylock's phone. The officers can testify that I did tell them.
No, I don't want to know what the officers would testify to. My question is, did a police officer walk up to you and ask you for Mr. Blaylock's phone?
Yes, that's because he placed his phone in my house.
And then the next question is, did you ever have that phone and give it to him? Did you ever have his phone and give them his phone?
Yes, because it was in my house.
His phone was in your house?
Yes, because when he broke into my house, he placed his phone in my house. These are the games he played.
So I thought you said that his phone was tucked down somewhere.
Yes.
Wait a minute, let me finish answering the question.
Okay.
I thought you said his phone was tucked down somewhere in the automobile.
His phone, so apparently when he searched his car, when you could see it on my camera. You could see him looking in his car. So when he found his phone, when he broke into my back door, he placed his phone in my house.
Hold on a second. Are you talking about something you saw or something that you saw from a video?
I know when I got on Mr. Blaylock's phone, you could see on the camera that I only had one phone in my
I'm going to
hand.
object to any testimony about evidence. I'm asking for evidence from this witness as to what she actually saw.
Do you understand the question, ma'am?
No, I don't.
Not what you saw from the video, but what you saw with your own eyes.
All right, so when Mr. Blaylock came to the back door and tried to get in, you were in the house already, weren't you?
No, I was not in the house. I was in my car and I parked my car around to the front and that's when I got notified exactly at 10:53 that my back door was opening and closing. When I got the notification, my kids was in, yes.
Thank you. And so when the police asked you for the phone, where did you find the phone? In your house?
It was in my dining room.
So so what you believe is that the phone got brought into the house by Mr. Blaylock?
Yes.
And then he left the phone in the house?
Yes. Because he said he's going to pay me back for my door. He didn't go, I called the police.
And so from the video you have from your house, does it show Mr. Blaylock entering your house?
Yes,
Do you have video showing what was going on inside the house?
I know, but you can hear it, audio recorded, so you can hear every conversation that was happening, but you can't visually see. And I also have a witness, my daughter,
I'm sorry.
my 14-year-old daughter,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you. Just a moment, sure. Apologize. Did you go to the hospital?
No.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions at this time.
Can you redirect?
Briefly, Ms. Davis, when did you first get Mr. Blaylock's phone?
In his car when he gave it to me?
At any point did he ask you for his phone back?
No.
When did you give his phone back?
Well, his phone, when the officer kept on asking me for his phone, I did not have his phone in my possession. I told the officers that I could look in my house for his phone. And when I was looking in my house, I started upstairs because he did go upstairs, because my son and my daughter could witness that. So he went upstairs, so
I wanna go back.
Uh-huh.
What did you do with his phone when you got out of the car?
It was on the side of his car. On the passenger side, right there.
When did you first realize that his phone was in your home?
When the officer asked me, can I check?
How long did it take you to check?
I went upstairs, probably like 2 minutes.
To find his phone?
Yeah, I went upstairs and I looked all up there, and then I looked in the living room, and then that's when I went into the dining room and was sitting right there where the laundry was at on the table.
You testified previously that Mr. Blaylock came through the back door.
Yes.
How close is the dining room table from the back door?
Right there, like the kitchen, then the dining room table is literally right there.
Can you tell me how many feet?
Not even 10 feet.
No questions, President.
Ms. Davis, did you use either your phone or his phone to get into his Cash App account to get money from his account?
Mr. Blaylock said that he was going, when we was outside and I was asking him why did he kick in my door, you could see me and him talking from his car, but he said that he's going to cash at me $200 for my door.
All right. So when was this conversation you were having occurring between yourself and he, Mr. Blaylock, about the $200 for the door? When did that conversation occur?
When I noticed that my back door was kicked in, and when he went outside, and after I entered through my front door, I went outside and I confronted Mr. Blaylock, and you can see on the camera that I'm right there by his car, and we talking, and I asked him like, why did you break my door? And I asked him all these questions, why did you choke me up? And he said that he was going to pay me $200 for my door. But he said I already had the money because he wrote me a cashier check for $550 for me to get.
No, I don't want to know about the cashier's check. So did you use his Cash App account to get money?
Yes, because.
All right, thank you. And this conversation you're having, was this outside your house or inside your house?
Outside my house.
And where was it in relationship to your back door, which you said got broken?
What you mean?
Where was this conversation you were having?
By his car. I was outside in the parking lot and he was right there in his car with the window rolled down when we was talking.
So this means he's left your house.
He never left my house. He was always parked in the back.
I thought you said he went into your house and broke the door.
He did. He went inside my house and broke the door
So
after
then
he
he-
left, after he did that, he went back out to his truck and he sat there.
And so then you went back out to talk to him?
I asked him, why did he kick in my door and why he did this and that, and I told him he had to pay for my door. Because how was I going to get my door fixed? I couldn't even close it, my kids are in
Okay,
the
now I
house.
got that. Thank you. So after he hit you and after he choked you and after he broke into the car, you.
Broke
and
no car.
after you called the police, you went out to his car to talk to him?
No, this is before I even called the police.
So you went out to his car to talk to him?
I didn't go out there to talk to him. I asked him, why did he do what he did? And I told him he needed to pay for my doors. And he said, okay.
Did Mr. Blaylock stay there until the police came?
No, he left. Mr. Blaylock, he pulled off in his truck and he left, and then that's when the police finally came, and then Mr. Blaylock was coming back down, and that's when the police stopped him.
Did you see him just move his car across the parking lot, park his car across the parking lot, and then come back when the police arrived?
No, I see him because I was looking out my front window. He left out the complex. I can't see how far he left out the complex, but he did drive around the little circle park.
And how long was he gone before he returned, if you can recall?
Probably about 5-7 minutes, and then that's when the police came.
Just a moment. Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
Ms. Davis,
Yes,
you say you and the defendant were not in a dating relationship at the time?
no,
And so what was your interest in his phone? Why were you going through his phone?
well, he gave it to me. He just said, have at it.
So
I asked,
why are you going through his phone? Why do you care? What's in his phone?
I really didn't care, but he just gave it to me. Like he usually just gave it to me.
So he gave it to you and you started going through his phone.
Yeah, I started going through his phone.
And you went through his phone, you saw something that you didn't like?
No, at that point, I'm going through his phone. I didn't even click on anything. I'm just going through it. And then soon I click on the person named Brittany name, he didn't even allow me to open the message. He just started choking and hitting me all of a sudden, out the blue.
Okay. So he's choking and he's hitting you.
Mm-hmm.
And then you say the phone drops?
Yes, between my legs. And then that's when he picked it up. Then he gave it back to me and said, have that. And then he just sitting there, I'm not sure, he was just sitting there like ain't nothing happened. Like everything was just a blank to him.
Okay, let's try this again. So you said after he choked you, he gave you the phone and told you have that?
Yes, right, when it filled between my legs and I was finally got up to breathe, he picked it up.
And what did you do? When he gave you the phone?
When he gave me his phone back, I grabbed my keys because they fell on the side. I grabbed my keys, I put his phone right there, and I immediately ran and hopped in my car. And then that's when I called the police. I was calling the police, but my phone was down.
So you called the police because he choked you and he hit you.
Yes, and I was scared.
And you still had his phone?
No, his phone, I left it, when I picked up my keys from off the side, on the passenger side where my keys have was at, I put his phone right there.
Now, this is what I'm not understanding. So you didn't have his phone. Did you have his phone anymore after that?
No,
So how were you able to cash out yourself $200 from his
when
phone?
Mr. Blaylock entered my home, Mr. Blaylock placed his phone in my, he didn't know I called the police, so I guess, because I'm so naive, so I guess he thought I was going to let him stay that night, but he just broke my door. He was,
Okay, none of that answers my question. Let me try it again. How is it that you get his phone to cash out you
he
$200?
left his phone on my kitchen table.
And so you picked it up and cashed out yourself $200?
No, when me and Mr. Blaylock was talking outside by his car, when I went back out there, that's when he said that I'm going to cash out you $200 for your door. And I said, okay.
I thought you said you did.
No, he said that he was gonna do it, so I did do it from his phone.
So when did you get his phone again?
When it was left there on the kitchen table.
So he breaks in your house and sets his phone down.
No, see, Mr. Blaylock, he had two phones.
The phone that we're talking about. He breaks in your house and sets his phone down.
Yes,
For what?
He didn't know I called the police. He thought everything was about to be good after that.
So I thought the reason that he came over to your house to begin with was to see the kids.
Yes, but these are the games that he.
How did you end up in the car?
Because I asked him, can he take me to the store? And he said I had to cash out $22.
Why didn't you take yourself to the store?
Because he was late at night.
You just wanted him to go with you.
Yeah, I just wanted him to take me to the store to get something.
Any questions based on my questions?
Mr. Morgan. Yes. When you had this conversation with Mr. Blaylock about the $200, where were the police?
The police wasn't there. This happened before the police even came. Because first he told me to request it from Cash App. He said request the 200.
You said you called the police?
I called the police and then my sister called the police.
And what phone were you using when you called the police?
Apple Watch.
Yours?
It's mine, but it's my daughter.
But I thought you said your phone was dying.
It was
You had to
dying.
use your neighbor's phone.
Yeah, so the police was called like 4 times. So when the police didn't come the first time when I called, I asked my neighbors, can I see their phone again? And then that's what my neighbors gave me, they could witness all this too. That's what my neighbors gave me their phone and I called the police again. So the police took about a total of 30, maybe 40 minutes coming.
And Mr. Blaylock stayed in the vicinity that entire time.
No, he did not. Mr. Blaylock left. And he came back 5 to 7 minutes after the police came.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Any other witnesses for the people?
No, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defendant? People.
Your Honor, to prove the felony charges, people have to prove that Mr. Blaylock had the ability to choke Ms. Davis, that he attempted to choke Ms. Davis, and that was his intent. Ms. Davis testified very consistently and credibly that she got in the car to see Mr. Blaylock, and after some interaction over the cell phone that he reached over, he strangled her, and that she almost lost her breath. Based on that, the people have met their burden.
Mr. O'Donnell?
I do not think the witness was credible in her testimony. It's not clear to me how the phone that she says was his, why he allowed her to use it if they're having a fight, and how that phone ended up in the house, and why he would leave it in the house. There's so many inconsistencies in her story. There's also the fact that he's a large individual. She's a very small individual. I couldn't see any indication of injuries on this person, although I know that it doesn't require an injury. But it seems unusual that a person of his size and her size could have had an altercation like that and there are no injuries. Judge, I think her story is not credible.
Your Honor, if I may briefly, the witness did testify that she suffered injuries and that the police took pictures of the injury. She said that there was scratching.
I haven't seen it yet.
Okay.
It's one of those rare occasions, and I understand that the bar is set pretty low for probable cause for standards. But this witness that testified did not appear to this court to be a very credible witness. Way too many inconsistencies and just things that just make no sense to this court. The defendant comes over to see the kids, but yet she ends up in the car with them. They're not in a dating relationship, yet she's going through his phone. And then out of the blue, when she gets to a certain name, he starts choking and hitting her. And then breaks in her house and leaves his phone in the house. And then she doesn't have the phone anymore, but yet she's able to cash out herself $200 from this phone. None of this makes any sense to me whatsoever. As such, if I can't believe what she's telling me, I don't know what to believe. So that being the case, the court is going to dismiss this matter for insufficient evidence. Dismiss the order, Mr. O'Donnell. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. This name is right on time.
Okay, good morning, Judge.
How you doing today?
I'm well, how are you?
All right.
This one don't have to ask you to depart.
No problem. Calling case 2359691, people of the state of Michigan versus Brady Clinton Tyson. Defendant is charged in count 1, malicious destruction of personal property, $1,000 or more, but less than $20,000. Count 2, less than 5. Here's the school record. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Dream for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Judge. May it please support Jeanette Hernandez, P68686, appearing on behalf of Mr. Tysinger. Sir, state your name for the record.
My name is Brady Clinton. Date and date, time, set for preliminary, excuse me, set for preliminary examination. Appearances, I'm sorry. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is not present, and I cannot proceed without his testimony.
Judge, we move to dismiss without prejudice.
So ordered. Court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
Good. You ready on play?
Yes, we are. The deputy was just grabbing him from the hall.
Okay. Things move fast around here.
I have no issue, Judge. Fill this form out and submit it.
Calling case 2358707, people of the state of Michigan versus Kenneth Richard Putty. Defendant is charged in count 1, weapons, firearms, possession by a felon. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 4 and 5, felony firearm. Count 6, domestic violence. Count 7, weapons, firearms, reckless use. Defendant has a condition for 30 minutes. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Dream for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Jonathan Cohen from Neighborhood Defender Service, P86151, appearing in person with Mr. Kenneth Puttick, who is present out of custody. Mr. Puttick, can you please state your full name for the record?
Kenneth Puttick. This date, time, set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is not present, and I cannot proceed without his testimony today.
The defense moves to dismiss without prejudice, Your Honor.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, and Your Honor, Mr. Puttick is on tether. If the order can reflect that tether can be removed, please.
Let's just take care of that.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Yeah.
Oh, you got one? Okay, sure.
So how are you planning to make that?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Y'all have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
How you doing, Mr. Allen? Good. Great. All right. Judge, all right. Okay, got it, sir. 10:15. Okay. Wait. Wait, all right. As soon as I get it possible. Are you covering this next case, Bass?
I am.
Okay. Calling case 2359660 for the state of Michigan versus Landis, Garland, Bass. Defendants charged with count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 felony firearm, count 3 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Madison Oral on behalf of the people pursuant to MCR 8.120B under the supervision of Attorney Shelley Gray.
And good morning, Your Honor. Harold Collins, B56805, yeah, Mr. Landis Bass, who stands to my left. State your name for the record, sir.
Landis Bass. There's a date and time set for preliminary examination, Mr. Collins.
Judge, I've explained to Mr. Bass his opportunity to hold an exam by statute. He understands that right. He's decided to waive that right.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Yes. Thank you, sir. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination by waiving the same. That means you won't have one. You will be bound over to Wayne County Clerk Circuit Court as you stand charged in complaint for. You have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination by waiving the same. That means you won't have one. You'll be bound over to Clerk Circuit Court as you stand charged in complaint for. Yes. You understand the nature and the purpose of the preliminary examination? Yes. You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you charged with was committed in the city of Detroit, that there's probable cause to believe you committed. Yes. Is anyone forcing you to waive your right? No. Is anyone promising you? No. Are you waiving your right freely, voluntarily? Yes. Any objection from the people?
No objection, Your Honor.
The court finds the defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily freely given. The court will therefore bind the defendant over to Wayne County Clerk Circuit Court. Criminal division proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be November 27th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
Judge, just briefly on his bond, he has some hour restrictions and he gets called in to work. What are those hour restrictions?
I usually go up at 7 o'clock. If the other guy comes away, I'm forced to stay, or for instance, weekends if it was busy, I'm the extra guy that comes in the coverage.
Where do you work?
Trumps. Head chef at Trumps.
Strip club?
Yeah. Gentlemen's club.
What do you do there?
I'm the head chef.
People?
I don't think we have any objection, Your Honor, with ours.
Give me a stipulated word. All right. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What's the AY? 27.
And that's so. Judge.
Yes.
We didn't do Lewis, did we?
We did do Lewis. So Lewis is set for November 27th at 10:45. Right. The only one we're missing is Goodwin. We're missing Victor.
That's the witness detainee we have on one of our cases. We remanded him. So to set the bond. Patrick.
Oh, yeah, I remain. That's good.
Prosecutor said it wasn't covered. He said, it didn't say that. Prosecutor.
4228.
We have anybody here on Thomas Harris?
On the mic check there.
Is that done? Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, just. That's this. Okay.
Right. He's pulling out.
Are we ready on time, Ms. Harris?
He's coming in now, so John. And you know what, I was driving down south and I thought, you understand, I didn't. Yeah. Girl, I'm serious. I can't believe it.
Oh, yeah. I want to hear about it. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay.
Sure.
No, Harris.
Calling case 2359662, People of the State of Michigan versus Thomas Miller Harris.
Good morning, Your Honor. Madison Orr on behalf of the people pursuant to MCR 8.120B under the supervision of Attorney Shelley Gray.
Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with dangerous weapon, count 2 domestic violence, second offense notice, domestic violence and or knowingly assaulted a pregnant woman, second offense notice. Defendant has a habitual offender, second offense notice. Appearances for the record.
May I please report, Your Honor, Rhonda Evans, P 43475 on behalf of Mr. Harris.
Sir, tell me your name for the record.
Thomas Harris.
There's a date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
We are ready, Your Honor.
Your Honor, at this time, the complaining witness was not present, so we will unfortunately be unable to proceed with this matter.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
This is Mr. Harris's family home that he got from his grandmother. From information and belief, the complaining witness is no longer there. If this court were to entertain a motion to dismiss, is there any way that Mr. Harris can return to his home?
I don't see why not, because with the case being dismissed, he's not under the court's supervision anymore.
Okay. In case they wanted to refile or something, that was my concern.
Well, our only concern would just be that she's no longer at the home either.
No.
Okay.
That's my information and belief, Your Honor, that she's no
There's
longer.
no pending case, he's under no bond, so there's nothing to prevent him going back to the home, especially the home day.
So you're gonna dismiss this matter without prejudice?
That's your motion?
That's my motion, Your Honor.
So,
Thank you, Your Honor. It was great seeing you as well as, Madam Counsel.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
either dismiss or.
Okay, I'm moving late, okay.
It's really on the market. There you go.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Mr. Lawrence, what can I do for you?
Hey, Judge. I have got, I'm standing in on Darshante Goodwin.
Yeah, I still haven't seen Mr. Bicker yet, his attorney.
Yeah, he sent me a text message a few minutes ago indicating he was getting on.
Okay.
Yes.
What?
Did you hear? Class two. Maybe.
Rose.
Oh, yeah, I agree. She's the defender.
I know.
I'll let you know. I'll let you
Yeah, we don't want to. I saw. Okay, so 10:45. 10:45. Yeah, talk to the, Mr. Dillon, are you ready? Yes, Your Honor.
Calling case 2359559, people of the state of Michigan versus Sidney Latrice Hightower. Defending the charge on the count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people. Key number 60249.
Joseph Dillon, P 37225. We have Sydney Station.
Today's the day time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, we are not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is not present, and I cannot proceed without the testimony today.
Defense is prepared to proceed requesting your exam at this time. No witnesses being present.
So order, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Adam. I'm prepared to take it.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pickard.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you for joining us.
I apologize, Your Honor. I've been stuck in a, well, not stuck, but I was dealing with a trial matter, Your Honor. I tried to contact the court on Friday via email. I do apologize. It was fairly late on Friday.
Calling case number 240-668-201. People of the state of Darshante will defending the charge in count 1 homicide, murder, second degree. Defendant has a habitual offender, second offense number.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Judge. William Lawrence, P 70481 for the people.
May it please the court, Your Honor, Tyrone Baker, appearing on behalf of Mr. Darshante Goodwin, P number 62647, Your Honor.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Goodwin?
Your Honor, first, I would ask if the court would allow me to waive Mr. Goodwin's presence. Mr. Goodwin was found incompetent and was supposed to receive treatment at the forensic center. I have not received a report. However, and in fact, the last thing that I've been actually actively trying to get Mr. Goodwin to the forensic center. The last information that I have, Your Honor, is that he's still at the jail awaiting treatment. My social worker from our office and myself have been, we sent a correspondence with the jail to try to have him assessed, to try to see if we could kind of move him up with a priority list. But that's the update that I have for the court, Your Honor, is that at last information that Mr. Goodwin, I don't believe is even receiving treatment as of yet.
Judge, this morning, your staff emailed a report this morning to Mr. Bicker and I. That report indicates that Mr. Goodwin is still incompetent, but there is still an expectancy that he will be able to ultimately be restored. But as of now, he is still incompetent.
All right, so the court will re-refer him for treatment and set a review date for February 13th, 2024.
Okay.
Understood, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you, Judge.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
No, Felipe Lopez as well?
We're ready, Ann.
Sure, I asked for 10 minutes.
Okay.
And this one is set at a longer time. It's 11 now.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
It's not gonna be a waiver.
You sir? Okay.
Three across.
Yeah, nobody's up in
Yes, gentlemen. Wait a minute, let me speak to the judge, okay?
And we have our.
Calling case 2359352, for the state of Michigan versus Gilbert Felipe Lopez.
Ready, Your Honor.
Defendant charged in count 1 assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence. Appearances for the record. Appearances for the record, please.
And when you're on, number 6024.
Your Honor, before beginning, also, we have an interpreter.
I realize that. I have your appearance, please.
Joseph Dillard, P37225, on behalf of Mr. Gilbert Felipe Lopez.
Your name for the record, ma'am? Your name for the record?
My first name is Antonia, Antonia. My last name is Vivian, Vivian. Qualified Spanish interpreter for the state of Michigan.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to translate English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
I do.
Thank you. Your name for the record, sir?
Diga su nombre por la acta.
My name is Gilbert Felipe Lopez.
Gilbert Felipe Lopez.
Thank you. Today's the date, time set for preliminary examination.
Your Honor, defense is ready to proceed.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I please this court, Gabriel Pro requesting permission to practice under court rule 8.210 under the supervision of APA Shelley Gray.
Commissioner Gray.
Thank you, Judge. The complaining witness is present and I spoke to her. She recently had a baby and she no longer wants to go forward on the charge and she believes that this won't happen. As for the people who are not gonna go forward on the charge.
No objection, Your Honor.
Call to dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Gracias.
Your Honor, just to make the record clear, this one is defense rules for dismissal. Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, with respect to the tether, that's automatically going to be removed.
Dismissal order should take care of it.
Sí, los órdenes de reinicio del caso, tienes que llevar ese papel.
Yeah.
Tienes que ir donde te lo pusieron, mostrar los papeles que el caso ya se fue despedido. Si algo y te lo sacan. You go today?
Yeah.
Sí, lo decirlo.
I'm going to take this week here.
Sí, cuando te dan los papeles, te vas de aquí, puedes ir allá. Ahí he doesn't know the address. Pero ahora necesita la vacuna. Te puedes sentar ahí. Yeah. See what else is.
So. Speak on the phone? Okay, all right. Call it, all right.
La dirección. Right, who's the message from? Is it a text?
It's a text. But he doesn't do that.
Message, right? Oh, here it is.
Okay, now.
Yeah, you're not.
Put the address in, it's connected. Okay. So, you want to see, you get it together right now. So you go I gotta get that. No, I gotta. So.
I think you do. I think he was in the hall.
Can you certify that? Where, when you say go down to criminal?
Yeah, he's gonna go home first and get the charges.
Okay. Well, if you do some account.
Yeah.
Okay.
I gotta go to people.
Want you to go.
Yeah, in station.
So, it's not a complete.
Es una condición. Es posible. Tienes que seguir la ley. Porque es el registrado, él tiene un comportamiento de violencia. Entonces, si es alguna otra ley, te pueden pedir más, peor todavía. Si ustedes les después nos van a dejar entrar y vas a poder resumir. ¿Tenés algún problema de salud mental? No.
Thank you, laptop.
Okay. So that didn't really strong. So we learned just the combination. Just to really establish my bastante. Si alguna vez por ser borracho, ese es mi vida. Puedo perder mis privilegios de conducir, de ser un abogado, y también puedo perder mi trabajo, mi si usted no puede tomar una de soledad, tenés que saber pagar. No tenés que tomar para ser borracho. So, no, I brought Frank now. Puedo ser equivocado. Yo quiero es la ser celoso. Tener celoso. Y esto es algo que usted necesita controlar. Porque tenés una mente celosa. Cosas que son muy inocentes. Sería de no tener pie. Usted puede ir al teléfono de ella y ver un nombre, es celoso. Y si ella no viene en su casa bien rápido, es celoso. And that's true. Pero un hombre, puede ser un hombre físicamente, con la mente. Or without? Nation. Sí, no. Si quieras, ella tiene que ser su persona, ser la persona que ella es. Entonces, si ella se comporta bien con el nombre, mira, ella se está usted está teniendo relaciones con ella. Tenés el número de teléfono de ella. ¿Tienes el número de teléfono? No, no, de mí, de la enfermera. No. ¿Tenés el número de ella escrita? Entonces no la conoces. Pero tenemos binomio de ojo verde, que es las celos. Entonces, que son inocentes. Que lo agrandan fuera de proporción. Ustedes ayudan a otra gente a y largos. Y con todas ellas tienen relaciones sexuales. Con algunas. Entonces tú tenés confianza en ti mismo. Ya. Entonces ¿por qué no tenés confianza en ella? I'm jealous. I'm very jealous. So that day, when I got to Jordan, I had two other children that she was out with someone else. Entonces tenemos que hablar de todos los días. Este es el primer día que tuviste. Sí, pero no, I'm always yo y ahora los motivos son que tenés tu bebé, tenés tu novia. Es una familia como casi no se está perdiendo.
Don't go far, Ms. Barlow.
Bathroom.
Okay.
Judge, have a great day.
Thank you, you too, Mr. Davis.
All right, thank you.
Oh, okay, thanks.
So fast.
We're ready on Kevin Pollard?
I can hear you.
Are you ready on Kevin Pollard?
Let me just pull up my laptop. Thanks. I can hear you. Today? I'm trying to pull up what I need right now. I know. I need some. I need to charge my phone up because it's dying. Huh? I didn't hear you. I have a charger here. I got for the phone. Wait. You're not. Hold on. Oh my God, it's right now. I got a charge. You said something. Yes, okay. You don't have a long time.
Yeah, I got all that, but where did I put it? It's new, but what did I do with it?
The prosecutor says she'll be here in 2 minutes, sir. Just get you.
So there's a card. No, I need to set. Said W. Barn lawyer. But then when the Barn was him, I said W. Barn lawyer. W. R-B-A-R-N, the word lawyer at Gmail. You put in my Barn, but I was yes. Excuse me. So did you hear me with that? No, lawyer.
Good morning, sir. Over here.
Okay. All right. I'm in court though. I'm in court. Great case. So
Yeah, over here.
I'm in court. So, yeah.
There's gonna be a couple of cameras coming, so you're gonna need to hold on. Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah, you might want to. It's supposed to be like 3 more.
It's not okay. Oh, good. This is very. Are you okay? Lord have mercy. Right. So,
it's complication teacher.
Oh, okay.
They all for you, Ms. Brownwell.
Not me.
They all for you, Ms. Brownwell.
Who said that?
I did.
Oh, no, I don't want that for my clients. Wait, what are we doing first? Mine, right?
Yes.
Okay, good.
They just said,
Oh,
are we ready on, where's the prosecutor on this case?
yeah. Is there?
Okay. Let's go.
He's bargaining.
That's all the time.
Lord Jesus.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Moses.
Ready, Judge?
Yes.
Come on. Stand next to your attorney.
Calling case 2359510, people of the state of Michigan versus Kevin Ron Anthony Pollard. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, person 3, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Count 2, alcohol, selling, furnishing to minor. Count 3, alcohol, selling, furnishing to minor. Appearances for the record, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Erica Moses on behalf of people to 78491.
Good morning, Your Honor. Wendy Barnes, people 255
On behalf of Mr. Kevin Pollard.
Tell us your name for the record, sir. Kevin Pollard. This is the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, we want 2 juvenile witnesses.
Your Honor, we respectfully move for sequestration of witnesses.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think there's any witnesses in the court. We see prosecutors in terms of light as well as media. There are any witnesses here, that's when you step into the hallway. Also, while there in YouTube land, who are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time. As is customary with all cases involving minor children, I will not put the camera on those children.
Thought they were here for a different case.
They are here for it. I'm talking about my cameras.
Oh.
And that being said, ready to call the first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. People call Ms. Soroya Innocence.
Please give your name and the spelling of your name to the young lady that's got it. Okay, please raise your right hand. Excuse me. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Okay, thank you. Please have a seat right here next to me. Speak nice and loud as that microphone is to your left. Don't let these cameras in here speak. They're not for you, okay? It's for another case, all right?
Okay.
Maybe give me ready.
Thank you, Judge. I need to. It's still morning time. Good morning, Ms. Royal. How you doing? Good. Can you please say your name one more time? You're allowed for the record, please.
Soroya Innocent.
Okay, and how do you spell your last name?
Innocent.
Soroya, are you familiar with someone named Treasure?
Yes.
Okay, and what's Treasure's last name?
Martin.
And how do you know Treasure Martin?
We were friends.
And how did you know her? Was it from school or somewhere else?
School.
And before I get into some more questions, how old are you?
12.
And when's your birthday?
March 2nd, 2011.
Now, silly question. Do you know the difference between a truth and a lie?
Yes.
So if I told you right now, it is pouring rain in this courtroom, is that a truth or a lie?
A lie.
Because it's not raining, correct?
Okay.
And what school did you go to?
J.E. Clark Preparatory.
Yeah. And Treasure went to that school with you?
Yes.
And do you remember back in September 22nd, to be exact? Do you remember leaving school with Treasure that day?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you leave from? Was it straight from school or from somewhere else?
From school.
Okay. And where were you headed to? Were you headed home?
No.
Okay. Did you want to go home?
No.
Okay. Why didn't you want to go home?
Because my mom had baby mad and I didn't want to see her.
And without going into too much detail, why was your mom mad at you?
Because I was late for school.
Okay, that day?
Yes.
And you see Treasure, do you come up with an idea of where to go to?
No, she did.
Okay. And do you ultimately end up at somebody's house?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember whose house that was?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember the person's name?
Well, she told me it was Malik.
Okay. This person that went by the name Malik, did you see this person face to face?
Yes, one about that.
Do you see anyone in this courtroom that you recognize as being the person you saw that day?
Yes.
Okay. Where's that person seated? You can point. Okay. And what's he wearing?
A jumpsuit.
Now, did Treasure tell you his name was Malik?
Yes,
Okay, did you hear at any point in time, or did he introduce himself as any other name?
no,
Okay. And when you went to that house, do you remember the address that you went to?
no,
Okay, well, was it in the city of Detroit?
yes,
Okay. If I told you 5211 Nottingham Road, would that sound familiar?
I mean,
If you don't know, you would say no.
no,
Okay. Was this a house or an apartment?
a house,
Okay. And what time of day did you get to that house?
at least after 5,
So was it still daylight out or dark?
it was daylight.
And did you end up going into the home?
Yes,
Okay, from what entrance? Back from
the side door,
the side? Okay, and who went in the house first?
Treasure.
And who was in that house that you could remember when you walked in? Who did you see, if anybody?
No one, we had to walk in the room,
And when you say the room, what room are you talking
the bedroom.
about? Had you been in that house before?
No,
And who's leading the way to this bedroom?
Treasure.
And do you see anybody on the way to that bedroom?
No,
Do you go into the bedroom?
yes,
Okay, if anybody's in that bedroom.
Malik,
And where is he at?
on the bed.
And is he sitting down, laying down, something else?
He's laying down.
Does he have clothes on?
Yes,
Do you remember what you were wearing that day?
I only remember me wearing my leggings with some hearts and on.
So what's the first thing you do when you get into the bedroom?
Take my shoes off
Okay, why'd you do that?
because I didn't think it was nice to wear shoes.
I can't hear you.
Because I usually don't wear shoes in the house, so I take them off.
So did you take them off in the bedroom or before you got to the bedroom?
Anyway,
And do you remember this person who you knew as Malik at the time say anything to you?
no, just hide.
And what's in that bedroom?
A bed, a big TV on the wall, and desk, a stand next to the bed, and a mirror.
Is this a big bed, little bed?
This would be bed.
Okay. And what do you remember doing in that room?
Playing music and talking. That's all.
Who are you talking to?
Treasure and Malik.
Okay. And when you were listening to music, what were you listening to music on?
The TV.
Okay. And so the TV was on, right?
Yes.
Okay. And where is everybody in that bedroom? Where are they at?
Malik is in the bed, and me and Treasure are standing by the mirror.
Did you stay standing the whole time?
Most of it, yes.
At some point in time, you sit down somewhere?
You sit down on the floor.
Do you remember eating or drinking anything while you were there?
Yes.
Okay. At what point do you eat or drink?
We drank when Treasure went to the kitchen. After she finished talking, she went to the kitchen and she came back and handed me a drink.
Did you see where she went to get this drink?
No, she just walked.
Okay. And when you say drink, what did it look like?
It was a glass bottle.
Okay. Was it alcohol or something else?
Alcohol.
And did you drink it?
Yes,
Okay. And how many did you drink?
I would say 3.5.
Do you recall this person that you knew as Malik that you identified before? Do you remember him saying anything to you at all?
You know, just laughing.
And you knew that to be his house?
Yeah.
And how long were you there in the bedroom?
I would say about 30 minutes, and then I walked into the kitchen.
And why did you walk into the kitchen?
I don't know, I was just exploring the house.
And did you grab anything else to eat or drink yourself?
No.
And at some point, do you remember going back into the bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, do you remember happening?
Just sitting down on the bed and watching and playing music.
And how were you feeling physically at that time?
Normal.
Okay. Was there a time that how long were you there in the house for?
The whole day.
The whole day, so more than a couple hours?
Yeah.
And that whole time that you're there, are you in the bedroom or are you going anywhere else?
I'm walking around the house.
And the whole time that you're there, are you eating or drinking anything else?
Yes, he made us some nuggets.
Okay. And do you remember drinking any more alcohol?
Well, no, not after the 3 bottles. No, not until he went to the store.
And when you say he, is that the person you're identifying for today?
Yeah.
Okay. How long was he at the store for?
I would say about 25 minutes.
And when he came back, did you see anything in his hands?
Just the bag.
Did you see him remove anything from that bag?
Yeah, what did you see them do? Candy and. Say that again. Candy and drink. Okay, what kind of drinks? Those slushy alcohol things. Okay. Did he give you anything of that? Yeah. Okay. How many did he give you? Just one. Okay. Did you drink it? Yeah. Okay. And you ate this candy too? Yeah. Did it look like regular candy to you? Yeah. Did it taste like regular candy to you? Yeah. Okay. And after you had these drinks, did it make you feel any type of way or did you feel normal? Normal. Okay. At some point in time, did you not feel normal? No, I just started to feel sleepy. Okay. And when you started to feel sleepy, where were you in the house? I was chilling in the bed with Treasure. Okay. Now, were you laying in the bed? Yeah. Okay. And where was your head at? Were you laying on a pillow or on the pillow? Where was this man at? I think he was in the kitchen. At some point in time, do you see him come back into the bedroom? Yes. Okay. And you said you're feeling sleepy at that time, correct? Yes. Are you still able to see and hear everything that's going on? Yeah. Okay. Do you remember seeing or hearing anything happening to you after that point? I only remember Treasure telling me just go to sleep. Okay. Because she was sleepy. Okay. Do you recall falling asleep in your bed? Yeah. And when you went to sleep, do you remember what you were wearing? My normal, the clothes I was wearing earlier. Do you know how long you slept for? No. When you woke up, were you dressed the exact same way? Yeah. Do you remember anything having happened to you? No. And what, if anything, did you do next? Did you go straight home? Did you go somewhere else? I went to the bathroom and had to pee. Okay. And did you notice anything when you went to the bathroom? Blood. Blood from them. Am I aware? Okay. Now this is gonna sound silly, but I gotta ask this question. Okay. What do you call that area where you pee on? It's a weird word. The scientific word? What do you refer to? Just the vagina. I don't know the vagina. So when you say you saw blood, was it just in your undies or was it anywhere else from your arm? Just my undies. Okay. Was it a lot of blood or a little blood? I'm not sure, just a lot. Okay. Now, had you started your period at any point in time in this time? No. Okay. So you would say it's unusual for there to be blood in your underwear, correct? Yeah. Okay. Do you remember anything else happening afterwards? No, just Treasure walking into the bathroom saying something. Do you remember Monique saying anything to you? No. And how much more, did you leave the bathroom after that? Yeah. And after you left the bathroom, what did you do with anything? I was walking around my house. How were you feeling at that time? Dizzy. Had you felt dizzy like that before you got to the house that day? No. Okay. And do you remember staying in that house or leaving? We stayed for a couple of hours before I could get Treasure to get up and walk me home. And where was this man that you knew as Malik? Where was he at this time? Well, after I walked around the house, he went into the kitchen. And did he say anything to you that you remember? No, he just gave me some food. Okay. Do you remember him doing anything else, either touching or removing anything from the body? No. And at some point in time, you went back home, is that correct? Yes. Did he walk you home or you went by yourself? He walked us halfway. And approximately how long a walk was it from his house to where you lived? Maybe 5 or 10 minutes. Okay. And when you got home, do you remember talking to anybody? My mom, my grandma, my friends, my brothers. And after that, did you just, without telling me what you said, did you disclose what happened to your mom? Yeah, I told my mom what I remembered. Okay. And what you remember is what you said before today? Yes. You don't remember anything else having happened to your body, correct? No, just me going to sleep. No further questions.
Cross exam.
You indicate that Treasure handed you alcohol.
Yes.
And then you had drank about 30 minutes after she handed you alcohol.
Like 3 bottles.
3 bottles of alcohol. You drank 3 bottles of alcohol.
Yeah.
And those were given to you by Treasure, correct?
Yes.
And the person whose house you went to, you had never seen that person before?
No, she just got on the phone with me.
Did you describe this person as light complexion?
I mean, I guess.
No, answer yes or no.
Yes,
Did you describe that person as light complexion to the police? And you indicated that that person had shoulder length dreads, right?
yes.
So that's a clarification record for she.
Yeah.
Indicating the work I can see.
Your Honor, from the people's perspective, it looks like about elbow length after both sides.
So that's not your shoulder, right?
Well, yeah. No, it's not.
Okay. All right, so now you said that you weren't on your period. Had you been having periods at 12 years old?
Yes.
And that's before this situation, right?
Right.
And you got into trouble because your mom saw a photograph of a penis on your phone.
Yes.
Can you redirect?
Just one question. Soraya, did you know if Treasure actually lived at that house or if she was just visiting as well?
She was just with me.
When you say running away,
Yeah.
you plan to leave your house forever?
Yes.
Okay, was that because you were in trouble with your mom? For an unrelated issue, correct?
Yeah.
No further questions.
How do you know Treasure?
We are friends. We were friends.
How old is Treasure?
14.
You indicated you had blood in your underwear. Was there blood anywhere on you?
No.
Just in your underwear?
Yes.
Did your body feel any different?
No.
Some kind of way?
No.
Any questions based on my questions?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing, Judge.
Thank you. You may step down.
The people call Miss Treasure Martin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lake.
Hi, Judge.
How you doing?
Well, how are you?
Good.
Enjoying the warmth.
In this courtroom. Phoenix, Florida, right? Ma'am, please step forward. You have her name already. Please raise your right hand. Raise your right hand for me. The other right. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please take that microphone, place it in your lap, speak directly into it from you. Maybe give me ready.
Treasure, can you hear me okay?
You have to answer yes or no.
So remember when we're in the room and I said we're being recorded? So no uh-huhs, you guys said yes or no, okay? All right. Do you remember talking to me? Can
You have to answer out loud.
You're a little nervous, okay? We're gonna slow. Say your full name one more time for the record, real loud. Martin? Is it Martin?
Have to answer yes or no.
Do you know anyone named Soraya Innocent? Yes. How do you know Soraya Innocent? Okay. Were you friends with her? Yes. And before I go any further, how old are you? 15. And when did you turn 15? I'm gonna talk real loud. I can't hear on my right ear at all, so I'm gonna talk real loud, okay? So, you were in the same class as Soraya or just knew her from school? Same class. And on or about September 22nd of 2023, you remember that date? Do you remember at some point leaving school with Soraya? And do you remember going to a location of 5211 Nottingham Road in the city of Detroit? Do you know that address? How do you know that address? Do you know someone who lives there? Yes. Okay, who lives there? Kevin Pollard. Okay, and how do you know Kevin Pollard? And how long have you known him? Days, weeks, months, or longer? Longer. Okay. A year? And have you been to that house before? 2 times. So once you leave school, you guys go to his house, correct? Okay. Do you know if he was home at the time that you got there? No. Do you and Soroya end up going into that house? Yes. Okay, through what door, if you can remember? Front, back, side? Okay. And when you got into that house, did you see anybody in there? Who did you see? Okay. Now, just for 1 second, I need you to tell me if you see anybody in the courtroom that you know as Kevin Pollard. You see anybody in the courtroom that you recognize as being him? Yes or no?
That's
Real
our.
loud. Yes or no? Yes. Okay. Name something that he's wearing where he's at in the courtroom. Doesn't have a tissue if you haven't. Now, when you got into that house, was it just you, Soroya, and Kevin? Okay. And at some point, do you go into Kevin's bedroom? Need you to answer it verbally. Yes. Okay. Who goes into that bedroom? Real loud, I can't hear you. Soroya. Anybody else? Did you go in there? Did Kevin go in there? He was in the kitchen. Okay. At some point, did you see Kevin give you guys, or did he give you anything to drink? She took it. Okay, when you say she, who are you talking about? Okay, and when you say she took it from where? Okay, and what, if anything, did you see her grab from that fridge? Say that again? A cooler. Okay, is that alcohol? If you know. Did you have, is that, I don't know? Okay, did you have anything to drink while you were there? No? Did you have anything to eat while you were there? Say it again? Nervous? Is that yes? I just need you to talk real loud, okay? We'll be over as soon, 5 more minutes and I'm done, okay? I just need you to be real clear for the record, because I'm not gonna charge her down here, we'll be judged with you, okay? So when you get to Kevin's house, you ultimately go into the bedroom? Do you ever go into his bedroom? And you just answer.
Out loud.
No. No? Okay. At some point in time, do you see Kevin do anything to Soroya? You remember talking to me in the room back there? Remember our conversation? Remember I told you I have to tell the truth, right? So do you remember seeing anything happen to Soroya by Kevin Pollard? Did you see him touch her? With any part of his body? You should answer. Yes or no? Just what you said. Thank you.
Yeah, Coach.
Ms. Martin, you feel like you can continue? Just a couple more questions, okay? At some point, do you see Kevin touch Soroya with any part of his body? Say that again. Okay. At some, at
Take
some,
the microphone again.
oh, I'm sorry. At some point in time, do you see Soroya's pants come off? No, yes or no? Do you remember talking to police after this incident? Yes?
You have
Can
to
you just
answer
say it
out
out
loud.
loud? Would you like a cup of water? She said, I'm gonna get a cup of water. No, for this, now, hold her.
And let's take 5 minutes. Sorry. Change gears just one. Carl Manning. Calling case 2359653, before the state of Michigan versus Carl Garrett Manning. And this charge in count one assault, potential grave bodily harm, risk of murder by strangulation, count 2 domestic violence.
Good morning, Your Honor, Shelley J. P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge Hannah Barron from the Neighborhood Defender Service, P85265, representing Mr. Manning. And Mr. Manning, can you please say your full name for the record?
Carl Eric Manning.
This date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is not present, and I cannot proceed without her testimony.
Judge, we're moving to business.
So ordered, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Judge.
So you can wait on all of your paperwork. Set up. Mr. Alex, take it right, sir.
Yes, sir.
How you
Well,
doing
I
today?
see it a little bit early.
How you doing, sir?
Good. Happy summer.
Yeah, this court, we were,
Well, it's summer outside too.
somebody made a mistake and turned the heat on hell.
But enjoy it.
Ready, Judge? Yes.
Next judgment.
Sorry.
Okay.
All right, let's have Mr. Pollard. Let's have Mr. Pollard. Let's have Mr. Pollard.
No, just my witness said that these cameras are not for her, correct?
Right.
Right.
Don't let the camera spook you. That's for a different case, okay?
Yeah,
It's not gonna be on TV today.
May I approach you?
Recalling case 2359510 versus Kevin Devon Anthony Pollard.
Thank you, Judge. Erica Moses on behalf of the people, P78491.
Good afternoon, Judge Wendy Barnwell, P42505. On behalf of Mr. Calvin Pollard,
Moses, you got some more questions?
Yes, if you want. Ms. Martin, can you hear me okay? Okay. I need you to say yes or no. Remember we talked about this? Yes. Okay, perfect. All right. Do you remember being in the home of Kevin Pollard, correct? Yes or no? Yes. And you remember seeing Soroya there, correct? At any point in time, did you see Kevin touch Soroya with any part of his body? At some point in time, did Soroya have her pants off? Okay. So any time of that night when you were at the house, did you see her with her pants on the whole time, or at some point did she not have? Do you remember talking to me in the room? Do you remember me asking you if her pants were off at any point in time? And you told me what? That she took them off, is that right? Okay. But once she took them off, did Kevin do anything to her that you remember seeing? And
I didn't hear that.
she said, I don't know. At some point in time, do you see Soroya on Kevin's bed? Is Kevin on that bed with her? Yes, okay. And while she's on the bed, at any point in time, are her pants off? At any point in time, do you see her private area naked?
I didn't hear you.
I don't know. Okay. At some point in time, do you see Kevin touch her with his mouth? Okay. Ms. Martin, Lily. Ms. Martin. Treasure. Treasure, need your focus, okay? We're almost done. Remember what we talked about in the room? And do you remember what you told police about? You remember telling police, judge permission to leave? Very gently. Do you remember talking to police and telling them that you saw Mr. Pollard lick Soroya? Okay, do you remember telling me in the room about 10 minutes ago that you saw him lick Soroya? Okay. So your testimony today is that you did not see him touch her at all? Okay, so why did you tell, is that a yes or no? Why did you tell me that you saw him touch her?
Because,
Is it the truth?
no,
So you didn't see him touch her at all?
no,
So when you told police that you saw him licking her vaginal area, that was the truth or a lie?
I only said it because of when she told me that.
I can't hear you. Say that loud.
I only said it because in school on Friday, when she took to the bathroom, she told me that.
Okay, so why in the room did you tell me that you saw her with her legs on his shoulders and him licking her vaginal area?
Because that's what I believe.
No, I'm asking what you saw. How come you told me you saw this?
Because maybe it's all I just said it to me, so me and that.
Okay, so it's your testimony today that you did not see anything happen between this Kevin and Soraya. You didn't see him touching her.
The only said things that we talked about in the bathroom,
What bathroom?
the school bathroom.
Okay. So at any point in time, was Kevin and Soraya by themselves in his room? Yes or no?
Yeah,
Okay. How long a time span were they by themselves?
for a couple seconds.
Seconds? Okay, at any point in time, did you see Soraya remove her own pants? Yes or no?
No,
So when you told me in the room that you saw her remove her pants, you were lying? I need you to verbally say yes or no.
yes.
Okay, why would you lie about that?
I think he told me what he was the way he said it.
Okay, so at no point in time you saw him do anything to Soraya's body? Okay, are you telling the truth today? You care about Kevin, don't you?
No,
Okay, but you were friends with Kevin for a little while, correct? You were friends with Kevin for a while? When you spoke to police, you indicated that Soraya was on the bed and Kevin was there. You remember telling the police that? And you remember telling police that
I
you?
didn't get a verbal answer.
I'm sorry, Judge. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And you also told police, not the first time, but the second time they talked to you, that you had to be honest, right?
Still, please.
You told police, you know what, I gotta be honest with you, correct? I'm sorry? What did you lie about? So you were lying to me in the room too? About what you saw? Okay. And you care about Kevin, right? You don't? You don't think of him as a friend? Do you remember telling me back there you thought of him as your dad figure, your father figure? Yes? So you don't want to see him get in trouble, right? You don't want to see him get in trouble, right? I need you to focus on me, okay? Because I don't want to have to bring you back another day. I need you to just answer my questions, okay? You remember telling me in the room right next door that you thought of him as a father figure, like a dad, right? You don't want to see him in trouble, right? Yes or no? Treasure, do you want to see him get in trouble, yes or no? Okay, so would you lie to make sure he doesn't get in trouble? No. So you would tell the truth no matter what? Yes or no? I'm asking one more time. Did you see him put his mouth on her vaginal area at any point in time, like that day on the 22nd, you were at his house? Okay.
Cross-examine. Treasurer, how do you know the defendant? How do you know Kevin Powell? From the internet? So how did you get to interact with Kevin on the internet?
Texted him.
Texted. You tell Kevin how old you are?
I'm not my age.
What did you say?
I said I'm 17.
Said you were what?
I said I'm 17.
17. How old is Kevin?
38.
38? Okay. And after this conversation that you had with him, how did you end up meeting?
Texted him with social media.
He said yes.
He comes older.
So you met up with Kevin. What school were you attending at the time?
At the time, MMSA.
What is it?
MMSA.
MMSA? What grade does that school go up to?
12.
And you're in what grade?
And 8 is supposed to be in 10.
You're in the 8th grade and you're supposed to be in the 10th. You're in the same class as Soroya, is that right? Is that yes?
Yes.
When is the last time that you talked to Kevin? Did you talk to him after this incident?
No. No.
Have you talked to Kevin since he's been in jail?
Huh?
You talked to him since he's been in jail?
He didn't really enjoy.
Have you communicated by way of the internet recently? Any questions based on my question?
Treasurer, when you first met Mr. Polar, you indicated that he was sort of teaching about religion. You were learning a lot about life from him, is that right?
Okay,
Is that
yes.
yes? Okay. You even indicated you started wearing your hair in dreads because he did, correct? Yes. Okay. And you remember talking to, I already asked you this question, I'm asking you this time. You remember talking to officers the day of this incident that you talked to, right? The next day.
The day that happened, I told him, I don't remember.
Okay, but then you did talk to them again, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and you remember saying this, and I want you to stop me if any of it's wrong, okay? Soroya wanted to run away, and she asked me to call him and ask him if he could come over. That's true?
Yes, it's true.
We left school and went to his house, that's true?
Yes.
I called him and told Soroya wants to come over and hide from her mother. He said, okay. Is that
I
true?
didn't call him a text.
Okay, but he said, okay, you can come over.
It took a while to respond.
But the response was yes. You
He
can come over.
asked like, what, and I explained that she went to the
Okay, so when you got there, you told officers that Soroya then went to the fridge, she got some Seagram's coolers, right?
Yes.
She drank about 3-4 bottles, and then he went and got some vodka and came back, went to the store, came back, is that right?
She asked him to get some more juice.
Okay, but he went to the store and came back, right? At some point you see him leave and go come back?
Then he could, yes, okay. He will here, he get to.
Okay. And then you told officer that he gave you some marijuana edibles, you remember saying that?
No, he gave this away to me.
Okay, but you remember seeing him give something to Soroya?
So we took, she gave it to me, she gave me a piece of it.
What was Soroya acting like after she had those drinks and was eating that stuff? Did she appear to be physically different at all?
She just acted like, oh no, the dogs were acting.
Okay, so what does that mean? Was she stumbling around? Was she slurring her words? What was she doing?
She was just like talking, just, saying stuff, just dancing, stuff, exciting at the time.
Okay, this dancing, having a good time. What room of the house is that happening? Was it the bedroom or the living or somewhere else?
It was the bedroom because he went to the some weeks ago while he was gone and
And then, do you remember telling officers, Soroya started then making out with you? Yes, Soroya? And then you remember saying, then Soroya started making out with Kevin, is that correct? But what are you seeing at this point in time? Because you're in the bedroom too, what do you see? Is it that you don't remember or? But then you said Soroya was seducing him, is that right? Okay, what does that mean? What did you see with him? Rubbing it on. Did he have clothes on at the time?
Yes.
Never clothes. He was fully clothed. Okay, was she fully clothed too? Okay. And then do you remember telling officers that Soroya took her clothes off?
Yes.
Okay, you saw that happen?
Yes.
Okay, and then you said, I watched Kevin give her head.
No.
And you don't remember saying that? So,
I don't remember actually ever experienced them. That's like hallucinating.
I can't hear what you say.
At that point, I don't remember, I was just hallucinating stuff.
what do you mean hallucinating?
I just hallucinating.
And so when you told officers, I watched Kevin get her head, you just made that up on your own?
No, yeah, because she told me that.
So you didn't actually see her do anything to her?
I'm just telling you, she told me, we haven't seen nothing. Like I told her, I was hallucinating stuff.
And you remember talking to somebody at a kids talk, right, another interviewer? Yes or no? You also told that person that you saw Kevin give Soroya head, is what you call it, right?
Yes, okay.
But you didn't say that you were making it up at the time, right? You told officers what you saw.
That's why this is.
Right.
So. I
can't understand anything you're saying.
I was hallucinating stuff, like nothing to at that time.
Okay, when you say hallucinating, had you been drinking too?
No, I didn't take that treatment.
You took it. Okay, how did you feel after you took that treatment?
Sure.
What was that? Normal, or did you feel high, low, something?
Good. Like, shredding.
No other questions?
Anything?
No, Jack, no question.
You can step down. You can step down. Any other witnesses for the people?
No, Judge.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
None.
People.
Judge, the people moved to bind over as charged. The victim in this case, Soroya, innocent, indicated she did not remember what had happened to her. She remembers going to the house. She remembers drinking alcohol. She remembers feeling dizzy, like she was drunk. She remembers going to Mr. Fuller's bedroom. Miss Treasure Martin was there. And though today she did not remember seeing anything, she clearly indicated at least 3 separate times that she indicated Mr. Fuller, that she saw Mr. Fuller perform oral sex, what she calls head.
Sworn testimony says otherwise.
I know, Judge, so I leave it in your discretion to bind over.
Respect to the ex, this is CSC charge. What I have in front of me is CSC.
Can you step to the podium so we can hear you?
Sorry, Judge. What I see in the declaration is the CSC and 2 counts of alcohol furnishing to a minor. Okay, so Judge, I respectfully ask that this court dismiss the CSC count based on what was presented here today. And even if you say you have to have credibility, there's denial, we are based on as to each witness, nobody makes a statement under the law that would even survive probable cause as the CSC one. So there's a question as to alcohol furnishing. I think there's a question as to alcohol furnishing. Because somebody buys alcohol. But with respect to what was being, I think the first witness indicated that somebody gave her, she said that.
We're not even focusing on alcohol, that's a mystery.
Right, so Judge, that's it, I didn't hear the testimony at all that would suffice for a binder, even as to probable cause. Thank you.
So even though in my heart of hearts, I believe that this defendant was up to no good. Because why would I don't know how old he is. Born in 1985. Why would some grown man associate himself with children? Bring those children to this house. What we know is that I think we can pretty much surmise the treasurer's line for whatever reason, whether it be to protect this defendant or out of fear, or maybe even both. I don't know. Soroya, I believe to some degree, wants to protect both the treasurer and the defendant. I'm not exactly sure that she's altogether forthcoming either. But this court can't operate on this gut feeling, even though I think this defendant is guilty as sin. There hasn't been enough evidence put forth to this court for this court to bind over on criminal sexual conduct in the first degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. As such, the court has no other choice but to dismiss count one. The court will set a pretrial on the alcohol selling ownership to a minor, counts 2 and count 3. And set that matter for a pretrial, I believe that would be before Judge Bryant. 36. Count 1 is dismissed for insufficient evidence.
What's the date for that pretrial?
We have to issue.
Just read the case number.
Case number is 2359510. Are we getting a pretrial? That says count. We have a pretrial for count 2 and 3 for Judge Bryant.
Reading my calendar.
Let's call it pretrial for 27. Maybe we should do this in the first. Thanks.
You all set, sir?
I gotta go to the pretrial date. Okay, we're gonna do November 27th at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Judge. One split second. And jury trial, Judge.
What's that?
Jury trial. I think with these misdemeanors, they gave it to somebody else. Since it's a misdemeanor.
You're appointed on this? Okay. Yeah, I think so, sir. 27th day.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah. Next up, Jeremy Thomas. Have we heard from Mr. Taylor? Is he called earlier?
Hey, Judge King.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
What's up, stranger? Hey.
No, Mr. Taylor, Judge.
He said he would be a few minutes late. Sir, you ready? You hungry?
What about Owen?
Yes.
Let me get mine.
He's supposed to be taxing me. Mr. Hope. Calling case 2359650, legal state Mr. Justice Desmond Hope. Pick up charge from counsel and assault, grave bodily harm, risk and murder by strangulation. Count 2, assault with dangerous weapon. Count 3, malicious destruction of personal property, $200 more or less than $1,000. Count 4, domestic violence. Go ahead, you find. Say he's up.
Oh, right, hold up. Stand up to your turn.
Okay. Recalling 2359650, people of the state of Michigan versus Desmond Hogan. Defendant charged in count one assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than by strangulation. Count two, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count three, malicious destruction of personal property, $200 or more, but less than $1,000. Count four, domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Green, the people, P number 60249.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Joseph Collins, P42284 on behalf of Mr. Holden, who stands to my left.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. All right, today's the date and time set for preliminary examination. We're ready to proceed.
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is not present, and I cannot proceed without her testimony today.
Motion to dismiss, Judge.
So far, dismiss this matter without objection. Right, this was it.
We're just waiting on this, the calendar.
The call and said he was running a little late. Is the defendant here?
He is, Judge. Everybody go, Mr. Taylor.
Yeah, that's what I told.
Just want to talk to him, man. Yeah. We can talk to him. Yeah. Prosecutor.
All right, I heard from Mr. Taylor, he's about 10 minutes out. He's at 75 days. Hey, Friday,
This Friday?
this Friday,
Be here?
be here.
I'll be here. Only because you said so.
All right,
See you Friday, then.
okay. Want a Thanksgiving brunch for this thing?
Absolutely.
Whatever you want. Whatever you like.
Let me do. I get it.
You guys thought you always waited on the judge, right? Fake news. Our water is boiling, so hot.
So weird, that's why.
Ms. Moore, you're on this case?
I am, Judge, yes.
How many witnesses do you
Two, Judge.
have? Okay. That's it. No. Ms. Moore, how old are your witnesses?
Judge, both of my witnesses are 16 years old, so I will be requesting that their faces are not shown. You can stop both their names, given the no minors.
So, no, viewing of the face and explaining the name. Aside from that.
Thank you. Judge, do you mind if I bring my stuff in?
Yeah,
Get set up?
you
Is
get
that
set
okay?
up, yes.
Thank you.
All right, there it is. Come on again, guys, we're already late. Ready, Mr. Taylor? I am ready. Ready, Ms. Moore?
Yes, Judge.
Calling case 2359611, people of the state of Michigan versus Jeremy Tompkins. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, second degree, multiple variables. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, fourth degree, student. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Elizabeth Moore on behalf of the people, P84724.
Yeah, good afternoon, Madam. This is our report, Richard Taylor, people 55237, on behalf of Mr. Jeremy Tompkins, who stands to my.
Tell me your name for the record.
Jeremy Tompkins.
There's a date and time set for a preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. People are prepared to proceed. We have a few preliminary matters.
Go ahead.
First of all, I ask for a mutual order of sequestration. I do have 2 witnesses today who are both minors. They have several family members who are present. I have asked that they remain outside of the courtroom. So no one currently in the courtroom is connected to this case and will be a future witness, with one exception being my officer in charge, that is Tatiana Walton, Tatiana, last name Walton.
Are you asking for an exception for your officer in charge?
I am asking for exception.
Any objection? No objections. All right, ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time.
Additionally, Judge, I just wanted to note on the record that we had a conversation, since both of the witnesses testifying are 16 years old and are therefore minors, I would like to confirm that their faces will not be shown either on the YouTube channel or by the news media present here today, and that their names not be released through the media.
All right, and I have that understanding with the media, correct? Names and no visual of the faces.
And is the court inclined to mute the live stream while I place the names of the individuals on record or not?
Yeah, just give a fair warning when you're about to give me the names, so I can do.
Understood, Judge. With that, the people have no additional preliminary matters.
All right, none from there? No, yeah. All right, with that, call your first witness.
Thank you,
Hold on.
Judge. Thank you.
You have your name. Sir, please raise your right hand. Raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud. Rest assured that your image will not be displayed in the media or on YouTube, okay?
Thanks.
Nor will your name be. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. My first step would be to ask the witness to restate his name. Should be.
Hold on, sir.
How old are you?
16.
Can you give me your date of birth, please?
11/7/07.
Are you currently enrolled in school?
Yes,
Where do you go to school?
Farmington High School, but I do online school.
What grade are you in?
The 11th grade.
I'm going to draw your attention back to earlier this school year. Were you enrolled in any sports at Farmington High School?
Yes,
What sport was that?
basketball.
Did you have a coach that you were working with?
Yes,
What was your coach's name?
I had a variety of coaches. One of them was Victor Edge, Jeremy Tompkins, Derek McDowell, and Coach Albert.
Now, you said one of them was Jeremy Tompkins. Would you recognize that individual if you saw them today?
Yes,
Do you in fact see them in the courtroom today?
yes.
Please pick out an article of clothing that that person is wearing and identify where they are seated.
He is wearing a shirt with 3 different colors on it, red, green, and white. He is seated 2 spots to your left.
That is an identification for the record.
So no.
Now, you indicated Jeremy Tompkins was one of your coaches. What did you call that individual?
Coach J,
When did you first meet Coach J?
my ninth grade year, started the basketball season at basketball tryouts.
Is the basketball season in the fall or in the spring?
It's in like the winter.
Okay, so the winter. So was that the winter of your ninth grade year?
Yes,
And how did you come to know him?
he was helping me get better at basketball.
Were you on the Farmington High School basketball team in your ninth grade year?
Yes,
Now, specific to the basketball program at Farmington High School, are there different levels of teams?
yes,
What are those levels?
freshman, junior varsity, and varsity.
So in your ninth grade year, what team were you on?
Freshman,
Did you play basketball last year when you were in tenth grade?
yes,
What team were you on in tenth grade?
junior varsity,
Did you know Coach J throughout your tenth grade year?
yes,
Did he continue to be your coach throughout your tenth grade
yes.
year? Now, approximately how many times a week would you see Coach J through tenth grade and starting eleventh grade?
At least 4 times a week.
Did you always see Coach J at school?
Yes,
Were there ever any times that you saw Coach J outside of school?
yes.
When would you see Coach J outside of school?
In maybe the parking lot or the football field.
Did you ever leave school grounds with Coach J?
Yes,
Why would you leave school grounds with Coach J?
occasionally to go to his house or get food.
So you said that you would go to his house. Do you know where his house was located?
Yes,
Where was his house located?
8515 Asbury Street.
Is that the city of Detroit County, Wayne?
Yes,
Now, what was your relationship like with Coach J?
we were very close and he was my coach.
Now, you said that sometimes you would go to his house or to get to it. Why would you go to his house?
I would go to his house because he would take me to the gym, so he wouldn't have to pick me up from my house and go directly to the gym.
When was the first time you went to his house?
I can't remember.
Did you go to his house at all in the year 2022?
Yes,
Did you go to his house more than once in the year 2022?
I can't remember. I only remember one occasion going.
Now, starting in 2023, is there a point in time when you started to go to Coach J's house on a regular basis?
Yes,
When was that?
during the summer.
So this past summer, would that be June, July, and August of 2023?
Yes,
Why did you start going to Coach J's house more regularly?
for basketball and to discuss business.
So I want to back up. Let's talk about basketball. Approximately how many times a week would you go to Coach J's house for a basketball reason?
Almost every time.
So if there are 7 days a week, do you know how many days a week you were going to Coach J's house?
At least 5.
Now, when you would go to Coach J's house in the summer, this past summer, would you go during the day or another time?
I would normally go through the day and occasionally I would spend the night.
Why would you spend the night at his house?
To go to the gym in the morning.
Do you know approximately how many times a week you were spending the night at his house?
At least 2 or 3.
What time were your morning workouts?
5 in the morning or 6 in the morning.
Where were those morning workouts held?
Farmington High School.
And without telling me your specific address, where is your home located?
In Farmington.
So is it fair to say that you would go from your home in Farmington to spend the night at Coach J's house in Detroit?
Yes,
And then early the next morning, would Coach J drive you back to Farmington High School for practice?
yes.
So you indicated that there were early morning workouts. Who was participating in these early morning workouts?
Some of my teammates.
Approximately how many of your teammates?
During the summer, it would be at least 2 or 3.
Is that 2 or 3 including you?
Yes, including me.
So is it fair to say that these were not whole team workouts?
Yes,
These workouts instead were just you, Coach J, and 1 or 2 other people?
yes, whoever chose to come.
Were there other people that were frequently participating in these workouts with you and Coach J?
Yes,
What were Are those individuals under the age of 18?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like the name of those individuals to be part of the record. I would ask that the live stream be muted. When did these early morning practices start? Like when, approximately how many months ago did you start going to early morning practices?
During the summer or during the school year?
Did any happen last school year?
This current school year, we were doing morning workouts, yes.
So is it fair to say that the first morning practices started over the summer?
Yes.
And then did those early morning practices continue on when the school year started?
Yes.
Now, a few moments ago, you said that the reason you would spend the night at Coach Jay's house was for basketball, and then you said business. I'm gonna ask you about the business. What did you mean by that?
He told us that he was gonna help us become millionaires and help us become wealthy.
Now, you said us. Who is involved in us?
Me and Quintez.
So Coach Jay told you and Quintez that he would help you become millionaires.
Yes.
Did you know what he was referring to by that?
He was going to help us with our businesses.
Did you have a business at that time?
Yes.
What was your business?
We had a website and we were reselling.
And is that a business that you started with Coach Jay or outside of Coach Jay?
I started with Quintez outside of Coach Jay.
At some point, did Coach Jay become involved in your business?
Yes.
So when you would go over to Coach Jay's house and spend the night, how would you handle business then?
We would talk, but mainly we would barely talk about business. It was really just going over there kind of to hang out.
Other than just hanging out, did you do anything at Coach Jay's house when you spent?
Quintez's gaming PC was over there, so we would play video games in the room. And do puzzles, excuse me.
Now, can you describe for me what Coach Jay's house is?
It had 3 stories, a garage. It was a complex, 2 bedrooms upstairs, 1 bedroom upstairs. 2 bedrooms upstairs, 1 bathroom, 1 closet upstairs, and kind of the hallway. The middle floor had a kitchen, a bathroom, and a living room with TV in it, with 2 couches. Downstairs, there was the front door, a back door, a garage door, and his laundry room.
So specifically talking about the lower level in his garage, is there anything in his garage?
Yes.
What was in his garage?
It was a workout room.
Did you ever go to Coach Jay's house to work out?
Yes.
And approximately between this past summer and the start of the school year, how many times a day were you working out?
At his house?
Just in general.
At least 5 times a week.
At least 5 times a week?
Yes.
And were all of those workouts with Coach Jay?
Yes.
Were some of those workouts during the week in his garage?
The equipment in his garage only recently got there, so no. Only worked out in his garage maybe 2 or 3 times.
In general, why were you working out so much?
Because I wanted to go to the league.
When you say the league, what league are you talking about?
The NBA.
And did you tell Coach Jay that you wanted to go to the league?
Yes.
Was Coach Jay helping you?
Yes.
How was he helping you?
He was letting me get into the gym. He was giving me tips on how to get better at basketball. And I was working out with him.
One second. Now, going back to this summer when you started spending the night at Coach Jay's, whose idea was it for you to spend the night?
His idea.
When you say his idea, do you mean Coach J's idea?
Actually, I cannot remember whose idea it was. I cannot remember.
Did you have to get permission from someone to spend the night at Coach J's?
Yes, my mom's.
And did your mom know where you were spending the night?
Yes.
Now, I'm gonna draw your attention back to October 7th, 2023. Was that homecoming in Farmington High School?
Yes.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Did something occur on that day that brings you to court today?
Yes.
What was that?
Coach J attempted to suck my dick.
So I'm gonna back up a little bit to the early evening hours of that weekend. Is that a Saturday?
Yes.
And on that day, did you have contact with Coach J?
Yes.
Where did you first see Coach J on that day?
I can't remember.
At some point, did you go to Farmington High School to work out?
Yes.
Who did you go to Farmington High School to work out?
Coach J and Max.
Is that okay? So how did you get to Farmington High School to work out?
Coach J drove me there.
Did he drive the other individual that you just mentioned there as well?
Yes.
Did he drive you in Coach J's vehicle?
Yes.
Now, when you got to the high school, do you remember approximately what time it was?
I can't remember.
What did you do when you got to the high school?
Worked out in the gym.
Now, was this the main gym or another location?
This was the auxiliary gym, the second gym in the school.
Did you work out at the gym with anyone other than Coach J and that other individual you mentioned?
No.
Now, and really quickly, without saying their name again, that other individual, how old is that person?
I'm not sure of his exact age, but I do know he's under 18.
Is he in the same grade as you?
No, he is in the 10th grade.
Okay, so he's a 10th grade. Is he a 10th grader that you know from school?
Yes.
Is he also a member of the basketball team?
He never played at Farmington High School.
Okay. So other than you, Coach J, and this other individual, were you working out with any other members of the basketball team on that day?
No.
Eventually, did you leave the school?
Yes.
Where did you go when you left the school?
First, we went to Chipotle with me and Max, and then Coach J dropped Max off at home. Then we went to go get Dairy Queen, and then went back to Coach J's house.
And once again, Your Honor, I do ask that you do not report the name of the other individuals since they are underage. So after you dropped that person off at their home, where did you go?
Dairy Queen.
And was that just you and Coach J at that time?
Yes.
Was Coach J still driving?
Yes.
After Dairy Queen, where did you go next?
To Coach J's house.
Did you have a plan for where you were going to spend the night that night?
Yes.
And where were you supposed to spend the night?
Coach J's house.
Was anyone else supposed to spend the night with you?
No.
Now, leading up to that night, had there been other times that another member of the basketball team or one of your friends would spend the night with you?
Yes.
Was that individual named, was that one of the individuals that you previously named?
Yes, but there's another individual.
Judge, I am going to ask for your names. I apologize for doing that. I keep doing.
And Coach was staying and we left it dirty.
So leading up to this homecoming night, Kenneth was no longer coming over to Coach J's.
Let's try not to use this name.
Yes.
Correct.
So on this particular day, you said your plan was to spend the night at Coach J's.
Yes.
When you got to Coach J, what was the first thing that you and Coach J did?
I went and sat down on the couch and he cleaned up his dog poop off his first story floor.
When you said that you, sat down on the couch, where is that couch located?
In the living room on the second floor.
Is that second floor right above the garage?
Yes, it's above the garage. The second floor.
Do you know approximately what time you got to Coach J's house?
I can't remember.
So you said that you sat down on the couch and Coach J took care of something else. What happened next?
Then Coach J came upstairs and sat on the couch.
Is that the same couch that you were on?
No,
So that's a different couch.
yes.
When he came upstairs and joined you in that area, what happened?
We had a conversation. He was telling me how he ran out of weed. He told me that this was the first time him going to sleep, not being high in a while. And then he had talked about giving me a massage, and I said, no, I want to get in the shower first. And he said, okay. And eventually he said, I'm just gonna give you a massage because he said he was tired and he wanted to go to sleep.
So when he tells you that he's tired and he wants to go to sleep, do you stay in that area of his home?
No,
Do you head to a different area in his home?
yes,
Where do you head to?
upstairs to the guest bedroom.
Now, a few moments ago, you described his house. You said you went upstairs. How many bedrooms are on that upper level?
It's two bedrooms. I forgot to mention, he also said he wanted to stretch with the massage.
Okay, but you said that there are 2 bedrooms on that upper level.
Yes,
Um,
yes,
Was one of the bedrooms Coach J's?
yes.
What was the other bedroom?
It was a guest bedroom.
Had you spent any time in that guest bedroom in the past?
Yes,
Is that where you usually slept when you spent the night there?
yes,
Did you have any personal items in that guest bedroom?
yes.
What types of items did you have in that guest bedroom?
Clothing.
Now, in that guest bedroom, is that where you ultimately went upstairs to?
Yes,
Describe to me what's in the guest bedroom.
there is a bed and a yoga ball.
A bed and a yoga ball.
Yes,
Now, you said something about stretching. Is that what you did when you went upstairs?
yes.
Describe to me what you mean by stretching.
We did leg stretches and arm stretches, such as like stretching stretching my hamstrings and kind of like stretching my muscles, if that makes sense.
Were you doing that on the floor or somewhere else?
On the floor.
Were you both stretching or was just one of you stretching?
It was just me stretching.
While you were stretching, what was Coach J doing?
He was like helping me stretch, kind of moving pushing my body.
Had he ever helped you stretch like that before?
Yes,
Did that feel like a normal interaction for you and Coach J?
yes.
Approximately how long did he help you stretch?
10 to 15 minutes.
After he helped you stretch, what happened next?
Then he gave me a massage.
When you say that he gave you a massage, did you remain standing or did you move your body to another position?
Moved into another position on the bed in the room.
So is it fair to say that you got onto the bed?
Yes,
How were you positioned on the bed?
I had my head against the wall and I was laying down.
What were you wearing at that time?
Shirt, underwear, short, and shorts.
Did you have anything on your feet?
I also had socks, but he took socks off.
So while you're laying down on the bed, where is Coach J at first?
He is in between my legs. He has my left leg on top of his legs, if that makes sense.
Is he seated, laying down, or something else?
He is seated on the bed with his legs kind of hanging off the bed.
So you are laying down. Are you laying flat?
Yes, with my head kind of propped up on the wall with a pillow.
Are you on your back or your stomach?
My back.
You said that Coach J was sitting on the bed with his legs hanging off.
Yes,
You also said that he was in between your legs. Did he have a part of your body on top of him?
yes,
What part of your body was that?
my left leg.
And at that time, you said something about your sock. What happened?
He took my sock off to the side of my feet.
Now, when he took your sock off to the side of your feet, did he say anything to you?
He said, your feet hasn't had a hard day of work.
Did you say anything in response?
I can't remember what I said.
Did the defendant say anything after that?
Then he said, I don't even want to look at him and then proceeded to turn the light off in the room.
Now, the light that had been on in the room, is that an overhead light, a lamp light, or something else?
A overhead light.
When he turns the light off, were there any lights left on in the room?
No,
Had he ever turned off the light during massage?
no,
And I'm sorry, I have another question. To ask. Had he massaged you like this before?
yes,
Do you know how many times?
at least 2 or 3.
Did this feel like a normal occurrence?
Yes,
But when he turned off the light, was that the first time that the light had been turned off?
yes,
Did he massage your feet after he turned off the light?
yes.
What did he do after he massaged your feet?
And then he proceeded to massage my calf and then my thigh.
Is it fair to say that he was working his way up your leg?
Yes,
When he got up your leg, what happened next?
he started getting close to like my ball sack.
You said that he started getting close to that. Did he touch you?
Yes,
What part of your body did he touch?
my ball sack,
And what part of his body touched your ball sack?
his hand.
Was it the back of his hand, the like inner part of his hand, or something else?
The front of his hand, like his fingers.
So his fingers touched your ball sack.
Yes,
They touch your ball sack one time or more than once?
I can only remember one time.
Do you know approximately how long that touching lasted?
Only like a second or 2.
Did he say anything to you when
No,
that had that ever happened before?
no.
When that happened, what was going through your mind?
I was trying not to think nothing of it because of his sexuality. I wasn't trying to think nothing of it and judge him. I was just thinking it was an accident.
So after that happened, what's the very next thing?
And then, if I remember this correctly, he was massaging my other leg, my right leg, and then he proceeded to get on top of me.
I want to back you up for a second. When that touching occurred, did you still have your shorts and your underwear on?
No, I only had my underwear on. Sorry.
So you said that you only had your underwear on. Back me up to at what point your shorts came off?
When he started massaging my thigh.
So was it after he had started massaging your foot?
Yes,
Why did you why did you take your shorts off, or why did your shorts come off?
he took them off me, and I can't really remember the reason why. I think it was because he was trying to reach his spot or something.
So did he ask you to take your shorts off?
I can't remember. I'm pretty sure he did though.
Did you personally remove your shorts, or did Coach Jay remove your shorts?
I helped a little bit, but he pulled them off my leg.
And is that before he touched your genital area?
Yes, that was before.
So moving forward to where we just left off, you said that he then got on top. Describe for me what you mean when he got on top.
He had his knees on the bed and in between of my 2 legs.
So were both of his knees in between their 2 legs?
No, his 2 legs were outside of my 2 legs.
Okay. So one leg was around one part of your body and his other leg was around the other part
Yes,
of your body. Were you still lying flat on the bed?
yes.
You said that his knees were around you. What were his hands doing at that time?
I had my arms folded and he was trying to remove my folded arms.
How did you have your arms folded?
Like this.
Like the right
Elbow, right hand's elbow, left hand's elbow.
Okay. So both of your hands were touching both of your elbows.
Yes,
And you said that he was trying to do something with your arms. What was he trying to do?
he was trying to pry them apart.
Were you letting him pry your arms apart?
No,
Were you saying anything to him this time?
yes.
What were you saying?
I was saying, all right, Coach J, repeatedly, and also saying, you're the cheat code repeatedly,
Why were you saying, all right, Coach Jay?
to try and convince him to get off of me.
What was going through your mind at that time?
I was thinking, what is he doing? He's being weird, and that I would never come back over his house.
Had he ever gotten on top of you like that before?
Yes,
Approximately how many times before this had he gotten on top of
twice.
you? Did you feel uncomfortable those previous times?
Yes, but I tried making it trying not to judge him because of his sexuality.
But on this particular instance, did you feel the same as you had the previous times or different?
Different.
Why did you feel different?
One, because he touched my ball sack, and because the lights were off. It's like the energy was off.
And a moment ago, you said that you were saying something about the cheat code.
Yes.
What was that referring to?
Since he helped me get better at basketball, he wanted me to call him the cheat code at getting better at basketball, but I never called him it, so it was kind of like a joke that I never called him it. So I was thinking, if I were to call him the cheat code, he would get off me. Because the previous times, he wanted me to call him the cheat code for him to get off me.
So on prior instances when he was on top of you, he wanted you to call him the cheat code?
Yes.
And in those prior instances, did you call him the cheat code?
Yes.
And after you called him the cheat code, did he get off of you?
Yes.
So in this particular instance, on October 7th, homecoming night, how many times did you tell him that he was the cheat code?
At least 10 to 15 times.
Did he get off?
Eventually he did.
So before we talk about him getting off of you, do you recall what his hands were doing at the time that he was on top of you?
Yes, he was trying to pry my arms apart. That's what it did.
Did he touch any other part of your body with his hands at that time?
No.
At some point, does he get off?
Yes.
What happens when he gets off?
He lays to my left and started looking at my phone while I was scrolling through Instagram.
Now, have you been scrolling through your phone prior to when he laid down next to you?
When he was giving me this massage, I was scrolling through Instagram on my phone.
So he lays down next to you. Is that when the both of you are on the bed?
Yes.
What side of you is he on?
My left side.
And you said that he was looking at your phone?
Yes.
Approximately how long is he laying down next to you?
I would say about 10 seconds.
What happens after that?
Then he gets back on top of me.
When he gets back on top of you, how is he positioned on top?
The same position I forgot to mention. It's the first time he got on top of me before he got on top of me. He told me to take my shirt off, but I didn't take it off. I lifted it up a little bit and kind of like started feeling on my chest and my stomach, trying to make it seem like he was giving me my chest a massage.
So he had told you to take your shirt off?
Yes, but I did not take it off.
Why didn't you take your shirt off?
Because that's when I started feeling uncomfortable.
When he asked you to take your shirt off, ask?
No.
So jumping forward again, you said that he got back on top of you the second time.
Yes.
How was his body positioned on top?
The same way it was the first time.
Now, is his upper body above you or in a different position?
It was kind of like hovering over me with one hand on the bed. First, it was just straight up, and then he started hovering with one hand on the bed.
So is the one hand that he had on the bed like helping to prop him up?
Yes.
Was any part of his body touching you at that time?
Yes, he had got really close to my neck, kind of like to where his lips was touching my left neck and breathing hard.
So could you feel that on your neck?
Yes, I could feel his beard in his lip.
Do you know approximately how long you could feel those on your neck?
About 3 seconds.
Was he saying anything to you at that time?
No.
Were you saying anything to him?
I was saying the same words Ari Code did here at the cheat code.
Where were your arms at this time?
Folded.
Were they still across your chest?
Yes.
Did you ever move them across your chest during this interaction?
No.
How long does Coach J stay on top of you?
I would say about 30 seconds.
After that 30 seconds, where does he move to?
And then he sits up on the bed, and then that's where he moves to.
So does he move off of you?
Yes.
Which side of you is he now?
He's on my left side, kind of where my legs are.
Is he sitting up or laying down?
Sitting up.
What is he saying anything to you then?
Yes.
What is he saying to you?
He said, I thought you wanted me to suck your dick.
Do you respond?
I was confused, and I was like, what made you think that?
Did he say anything back to you?
Yes, he said because of the conversation that we had downstairs.
Did you know what he was talking?
No.
Are the lights still off at this time?
No.
How did the lights get turned back?
Before he sat down, he got up to turn the lights on. If I can remember correctly.
And are you still only wearing your underwear?
Yes, I eventually got up to put my pants back on.
After he makes the comment about something that you said downstairs, does he say anything else?
Yes,
What does he say?
he was saying that this was the, I can use profanity.
If he said something to you, you can say what he said.
He said this was the fuck up.
Do you respond at all to him?
I can't remember.
So after he says that line, what happens next?
Then he was just sitting on the bed. I'm also sitting on the bed, like the edge of the bed with my feet hanging off and his feet hanging off. I'm scrolling through Instagram, not really sure what to do. Then eventually he lays back on the bed with his feet still hanging off. And I'm still scrolling through Instagram. And then one of my friend's dad calls me asking about him, asking where he was at.
So without getting too much into that, you said that a friend's dad calls you. Do you contact anyone else at that time?
Yes.
Who do you contact?
My mom.
And what type of contact is that?
I had texted her.
Do you remember what you texted her?
If I can remember, I texted her something like, can you unlock the door?
Why did you text her asking her to unlock the door?
Because I was about to go home.
Why did you want to go home?
Because I was uncomfortable.
Where was the defendant when you were texting your mom and taking a phone call from her exam?
To the right of me, laying back.
Was he awake or asleep?
I couldn't really tell if he was awake or asleep, but eventually I heard him start snoring.
When you heard him start snoring, what did you do?
I got up and put my shoes on and stood by the door, and I asked him if he could take me home.
So when you're by the door, you ask him to take you home. What is his response?
He said, okay, then eventually he said, I don't want to take you home in the middle of the night. I don't want your mom thinking anything.
Did you respond to him with that?
And then he said, I'll find somewhere to stay, like he was going to leave the house. Then he left the room and came back in the room and said he had nowhere to go. And then he took me out.
What was his demeanor like when you asked him to leave?
I didn't ask him to leave, he offered to.
Okay. What was his demeanor like when you told him you wanted to go home?
I could tell he seemed upset.
When you say you could tell, why did you think that he was upset?
When he came back into the room and said he'll take me home, he started slamming doors and he threw a pair of his slides down the stairs.
What was going through your mind at that time?
I was just afraid, hoping I could get home safe.
You said he threw a pair of slides, is that shoes?
Yes,
You said that you were afraid you just wanted to get home.
yes.
Did he say anything to you before you left the house?
Besides the interaction that I just mentioned while I was walking to the car, no.
Does Coach J drive you home?
Yes,
Do you remember approximately what time it was?
around midnight.
What happens in the car on the way?
He is crying, playing sad music, and saying stuff like, I know you're gonna be great. Those are the only really things I can remember him saying.
Were you saying anything back to her during that time?
No,
Did you eventually pull up at your house?
yes.
When you pull up at your house, what happens?
I was about to get out of the car and then he told me to wait. He told me to sit in the car for a moment. So I waited, sat in the car for a moment. And then eventually he told me, all right, then. If I remember straight, we had our own handshake. So we did our own handshake and then I can remember dapping up, then doing the handshake. And then I got my stuff from his back seat and I got a speaker from his trunk. And we got my house.
Before you got out of the car, did you tell him something?
Yes, I was trying to like reassure him so he wouldn't do anything. I was telling him that it was straight, like that it was okay. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Did you tell him to do or not do something?
Yes, I told him to not pick back up the bottle because he used to be addicted to liquor.
Did he provide a response to that?
No,
Eventually you got out of the car?
yes.
What happens when you get out of the car?
I grabbed my bag from his back seat and if I can remember, I got a speaker from his trunk.
Do you enter your residence at that time?
Yes,
What happens when you get into your residence?
I go into my mom, I locked the door, go into my mom's room. I wake my mom up, she wasn't fully asleep. And I was like, I need you to get up. I gave her a hug, kind of started crying a little bit, and I told her that.
After you told her what happened, what did you do next?
And then I went, took a shower, and then went to sleep.
When you woke up the next morning, did anything happen?
Yes, I woke up to a message from two images and 2 messages.
When you say him, who are you talking about?
Coach J,
You said you woke up to 2 images. What were those images of?
2 images of a Hennessy bottle.
A Hennessy liquor bottle?
Yes,
And then you said that you received 2 messages.
yes.
What were those messages about?
I remember one being a big paragraph. I remember the other message saying, FaceTime me when you can, please. I can't really remember what the big paragraph is about. It was kind of like, and I remember the end until next time. That's all I can remember about the paragraph.
Did you respond to those messages?
No,
No further questions.
Cross examine.
Thank you. And forgive me if I mispronounce your name.
You about to say it?
No, I'm not gonna say it. I'll just make some reference. And you indicated that, and I noticed as you testified, you still refer to him as Coach J, am I correct?
yes,
And to this day in your mind, that is, he's your coach, am I correct?
no,
You indicated that you first met Coach J when you were in ninth grade.
correct.
And were you a part of the ninth grade basketball team, or did you start to train?
I was a part of the 9th grade basketball team,
And he was your direct coach, or was he assistant coach at that time?
assistant coach.
He started a regimen with you and some of the other students, by training early in the morning, am I correct?
Yes, not my 9th grade year though.
What year was that?
That was after, not in the morning. My 10th grade year is when it was, when we started working out in the morning.
And that was in the summertime, correct?
Yes,
And how many students were trained with you guys during the summer?
at least 2 or 3,
And you told us who those were, am I correct?
correct.
And were, because of the fact that he recognized his skill in you or your abilities, and that's why he would train with you early in the morning?
He would train with me because he said I wanted to work. Like I wanted to work out. And the other players on my team really didn't want to get in the gym as much as I did. And he was saying that he was the same way when he was younger. That he always wanted to be in the gym. He said I reminded him of his younger self.
And this primarily was done at the Farmington High School, am I correct?
Correct.
And I believe you mentioned it was in the auxiliary gym.
We worked out in both gyms occasionally. Like we worked out in both gyms, not just one gym all the time.
And how many times a week did this take place?
Excuse me?
How many times during the week did this take place?
At least 4 times a week.
And during those times, those 4 times a week, how many times would you stay at Coach J's home?
At least 2 or 3 times.
And as you indicated, you had gotten permission from your parents in order to stay the night at Coach J's.
Correct.
And who else would primarily stay overnight with you at Coach J's home? What other students?
Excuse me?
Which other students would stay the night primarily with you?
Judge, can we read this? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Two was the max.
And you described that there was a separate bedroom that you and the other players would stay in when you stayed the night, right?
Correct.
And would you, after some of these workout sessions, there would be some stretching sessions and massages, am I correct?
Correct.
And would this be a normal course after the workouts?
No.
How many times after workouts would there be stretching and massages?
The stretching only happened like 3 or 4 times, and the massage happened like 2 or 3 times. It wasn't after every workout.
But there was nothing that you felt in those particular sessions, anything abnormal that you felt at that time, am I correct?
Correct.
And once the school year started, would you still have the same regimen of working out early mornings?
Yes, but it was a little bit earlier in the summer. We were working out at 6 in the morning or 6:30. I can't remember. It was one of those 2 times. When the school year started, we were working out at 5:30 in the morning.
And those times that you would work out in the mornings, how many times during the week did you stay over at Coach J's house? I'm sorry.
At least 2 or 3.
And all this was being done with the permission of your parent, okay?
Correct.
And when I say parent, you were living at your mother's home at that time, am I correct?
Correct.
So when did the basketball season start?
In the winter. Today would be the day of tryouts.
So today, November 13th, will be trial day?
Yes.
Okay. So you indicated that at some point, there was another player that was staying the night, but at some point that player was no longer allowed to stay the night, all right?
Correct.
You had an issue with the other player, and Coach J had an issue on how you kept that second bedroom that you stayed, right?
Could you explain?
You said that the other player could not come over anymore because the room that you stayed in was kept a mess.
We left the bedroom dirty, and then Coach J said, both of us cannot be over his house at the same time.
Okay. Were there times that you were still training early mornings with this particular student or player?
Not after that.
So I'm gonna fast forward to October 7th, 2023. You indicated that this was the day after the homecoming, am I correct?
No, it was the day of homecoming.
Yeah, homecoming. Did you attend the homecoming?
No.
And to the best of your knowledge and recollection, was there an after-school dance or anything of that nature that you remember?
I can't remember. All I know is that there was homecoming.
And so on that particular day, you indicated that you and Coach J and another person went to train, am I correct?
Correct.
And approximately what time was that when you first went to go train?
I can't remember.
But at some point after the training, Coach J dropped one student off, and then you proceeded to go, I believe, indicated to Derek, okay?
Correct. Before we dropped the one player off, we went to Chipotle.
Okay. And then at some point you went to Derek.
Yes.
What is the demeanor of Coach J during this ride between Chipotle and Derek?
What do you mean the demeanor?
What is his attitude like?
I can't really remember it. I remember him just being normal.
And once you get to his home, what was his attitude like when you first got to his home?
He seemed a little upset because his dog pooped on the floor.
You indicated that when you first got to the home, you sat on the couch, right?
Correct.
Is there a television in the area where you were sitting?
Yes.
Were you watching television?
No, I was on my phone.
And approximately what time was it when you got there?
I can't remember.
Daytime, nighttime?
Yeah, it was dark outside.
And what were you dressed? What were you dressed like when you first got there?
I remember having on black Adidas pants, if I'm not mistaken. I remember having on black Adidas.
And at some point, I believe you indicated that Coach J approached you about stretching and a massage, am I right?
Yes, but he was sitting down when he said it.
Where was he sitting at when he asked you?
On his couch.
And you indicated, I believe, that it was your idea that you wanted to take a shower before you started on the stretching and massage regimen, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so did you actually take a shower?
No.
What happened? Why didn't you take a shower?
Because I was sitting on the couch and eventually he said, let's just go stretch now because he wanted to go to sleep.
And you described 2 bedrooms in this apartment, am I correct?
Yes, on the 3rd floor upstairs.
And he slept in this other bedroom, am I correct?
Yes.
Eventually, when you got into the room, I believe you described having a t-shirt, underwear, and some, I'm gonna call them gym shorts. Were they actual gym shorts?
When I was in the room, I had on a shirt, underwear, shorts, and Adidas pants.
Okay.
But I took the Adidas pants off to stretch so they wouldn't like rip.
And you had the socks on too.
Yes, correct.
You indicated that if initially you laid on the bed, your back was on the bed, correct? You were face up.
Correct.
And at some point, you indicated Coach J sat between your legs.
Correct.
And as he sat between your legs, he began to massage your feet.
Yes, took my socks off. But first, he had said your feet haven't seen a hard day at work. And he said, I don't want to look at them. And then turned the lights off.
And you said that the only thing that was unusual, correct me if I'm wrong, the only thing that was unusual at that point was that the fact that he had turned the lights off. Am I right?
Yes.
Because he had performed these type of massages on you prior to this occasion.
Yes.
And you indicated that you started to move from your feet up to your calf, up to your thigh.
Correct.
And as he was massaging your thigh area, that's when you assisted him to take the shorts off.
Yes.
And you said you believed that the shorts came off because he couldn't reach, there was an area he probably couldn't reach, so you assisted him to take the shorts off.
Yes, I cannot remember him giving a reason. All I remember him asking is to take my shorts off.
And so you indicated that as he's moving up your, correct me if I'm wrong, he's moving up your left thigh.
Yes.
And at some point he makes contact with your genitals.
Correct.
And you indicated it only lasts maybe a second or two.
Correct.
Once that happened, and I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, you indicated you thought that it was an accident.
Yes.
And at some point he began to massage your right leg, am I correct?
Yes.
And at the point that he's massaging your right leg, he does not make any contact with your genital.
Correct.
Eventually he moves from, and I'll call it the foot of the bed, in the position that he's sitting, am I correct?
Could you repeat that?
He moves from the foot of the bed, from between your legs, am I right?
Like the bottom of the bed?
Yeah, from the bottom of the bed. That's how you want to describe it. As you said, you described him sitting between your legs, giving you this particular massage, am I right?
Yeah, but he wasn't like, he didn't have his feet hanging off the foot of the bed. He had his feet hanging off the long side of the bed.
Okay. Eventually, you described him being on top of you with one of his legs over one leg and his other leg over your other leg.
Yes, to where his two legs, my two legs are in between his two legs.
Okay. And that means he would be facing you at this point, right?
Yes.
Your arms are folded left over right, or right over left. You got one elbow holding one elbow, and you're holding the other.
Yes.
And you stay in that position the entire time, he's facing you on top of you, am I correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that, there was some motion as it relates to your shirt, but in terms of trying to take it off, the shirt didn't come all the way off.
Correct.
And he started to massage your front area near your stomach and near your chest area.
Yes, but he was really just kind of rubbing on my chest.
And you recall if he was saying anything when he was rubbing on your chest?
No.
As he's in that position, you indicate that he leans over at some point where you can feel his beard and his lips on your neck. Am I correct?
I want to rephrase. He said, "Why aren't you taking your shirt off?" He was feeling my chest. I forgot to mention that. And the first time he got on top of me, he did not have it. He did not put his lips or his beard on. That was the second time he got on top of me.
Okay. At some point, and this was primarily the second time that he was on top of you, you indicated you started using the word, Coach J, you're the chief. Am I correct?
The first and second time I was repeating the words, "All right, Coach J," and I was repeating, "You're the G code."
Let me answer this question. The second time that he was on top, how long was he on top?
About 30 seconds.
So how long was he on top of you the first time you recall? I hate to go back to you.
It's okay, about 30 seconds again.
So eventually, after repeating his term, "Okay, Coach J, you're the chief code," he eventually gets off of you. Okay?
Correct.
You indicated that when he laid on the side of you, and at that point you began to scroll through your Instagram.
Yes, he was laying on my left side, and I was scrolling through Instagram after he was on my left side. After he got on top. After he got off of me, I'm sorry.
You then, how long was he laying on the side of you when you indicated to him that you wanted to go?
I didn't indicate to him that I wanted to go home when he was laying on the side.
At some point, he got off the bed and you began to scroll through your Instagram.
He only got off the bed to turn the light on, and he sat back down on the bed.
At what point, I should say, I'm sorry, where were you where was Coach J at when you initially called your mom or texted your mom?
Sitting with his feet hanging off the bed to my right. Laying back.
And eventually you told your mom, text your mom to unlock the door, because at that point, there was no hesitation in your mind that you wanted to go.
Correct.
You said that once you expressed to Coach J that you wanted to go home, you seemed a little upset. And he expressed something to you. He said, "This is effed up," something to that nature. Am I correct?
He said, "This is the end."
Okay, this is the end. Eventually, you get in his car and he starts to drive you home.
Correct.
And you indicated that there's not much conversation, but he's listening to music and he's basically mumbling to himself. Am I correct?
Could you repeat that?
Eventually, on the ride home, you said that he was listening to music and he was mumbling to himself or talking to himself.
He had his phone connected to the car's Bluetooth. He was playing music in the car. And he was speaking to me, but I can't really remember the things that he was saying. He was also crying. He wasn't on.
When you got home or in your driveway, I believe you indicated that he asked you to sit there for a minute. Am I correct?
Yes.
And as you are sitting there, you start to console him. And so, you know what the word console means?
No, I don't.
You start to try to cheer him up, making sure that he's okay. Am I correct?
Yes.
And eventually you said that there was this special handshake that you shared with one another.
Yes,
You perform a handshake. Do you perform a handshake?
yes,
And then after the handshake, you got the rest of your things and went to your house.
yes, got the rest of the insurance card that went inside my house.
You said that eventually you get in the house and you describe to your mother what had just taken place there.
That would had taken place with?
What took place at that house?
Yes,
You also indicated that you received some messages from Coach J during the course of that evening when you were home, right?
when I woke up,
And did you respond to those messages?
no,
Thank you. I'm gonna further questions.
Can you redirect?
Why did you try and cheer Coach J up before you got out of the car?
so it wouldn't harm me.
Were you concerned with the harm?
Yes,
Were you at all concerned about Coach J's well-being?
no,
Approximately how long were you in your home before you told your mom what happened?
the second I got in his house, I went straight to her room.
Sir, you said that him giving you this massage, that wasn't anything out of the ordinary, is that right?
That is correct, Your Honor.
What about him getting on top of you, is that out of the ordinary?
Well, this time it was out of the ordinary, but normally he would be trying to like the previous time, he would be trying to tickle me, but this time he was just trying to pry my arms apart, Your Honor.
You said you gotta talk, you said he was rubbing your chest, and asking you why you didn't take your shirt off?
Yes, but he was rubbing my chest and said, yes, he said, why didn't you take your shirt off?
All right, when you say rubbing, this wasn't the massage that you used to get,
Correct.
he was rubbing it,
He was kind of like feeling on my chest.
you can tell the difference?
Yes, he's never massaged my chest before.
Any questions based on my questions?
Judge, you said that on previous occasions he tried to tickle you.
Correct.
When he tried to tickle you, approximately how many times did that occur?
Twice.
Was that ever in the presence of others?
No.
Did that occur in the guest bedroom?
Yes, both times.
Did that also occur on the bed?
Yes, both times.
Now, outside of your, you said that he was rubbing on your chest. Did he rub any other part of your body through that interaction that wasn't like massage?
No.
Thank you, young man, you may start. Before you call your next witness, just for a second. On that Williams guy, they said that they had them down with the contempt report. I didn't hold any contempt report. It was just saying.
When we do that miscellaneous case number, you know, they automatically put me in as a temp to court. So I need to change that reading to whatever, either that bond or whatever bond.
All right, so we are back on the record on People versus Jeremy Tompkins. You ready to call your next witness?
I do. You know, is that the 1:30 name set in this court was, we have a dismissal here for the 1:30.
Oh, okay.
Is the defense counsel here?
Is the defendant here? I saw Mr. Kuja. Ms. Burton was calling, but nobody answered the phone. Which case is going to be a dismissal?
It's to meet the styles, Your Honor, and the complaining witness was here. He does not want to proceed.
Is the defendant here?
Yes.
Have the defendant step in, you can represent yourself as far as I'm concerned. Come here, Ms. Stiles. Ms. Stiles. You are Ms. Stiles, right? Okay, so we're waiting on your attorney. She called me. I'm not sure what's her issue, why she's not here yet. But I tend to believe that she's on her way, but you have a choice. I'm told that the complaining witness in this case doesn't want to go forward tonight. That being the case, you can represent yourself and ask for dismissal, or you can wait on your attorney. She's parked, so you want to wait on? Okay.
Thank you.
So, let's go.
Thank you, Judge. I'm ready to call my next witness. I asked the court, remit for the.
We're back on the record on 2359611 People versus Jeremy Tompkins.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Richard Taylor on behalf of Jeremy Tompkins, pleading the 552%.
Okay.
Sir, how old are you?
16.
What is your date of birth?
August 5th, 2007.
Please speak into the microphone for us, sir.
August 5th, 2007.
And Judge, is he able to pull the microphone down a little
He
bit?
can do better than that. He can actually pick it up and place it in his lap so you can speak directly.
All right, are we all set? Yeah. Okay. Now, sir, what grade are you currently?
In the 11th grade,
What school do you go to?
Farmers High School.
Now, I'm gonna draw your attention back to earlier this school year. Were you involved in any sports through Farmington High School?
Yeah, I played varsity basketball.
And did you have a coach in the varsity basketball program?
Yeah,
What was your coach's name?
Coach Derek, we know.
Did you have any other, like assistant coaches?
Yeah, Charles Albert. Coach Albert.
Did any other individuals coach you as part of the department high school?
Yes, Coach J, and when I was a sophomore.
Now, you said Coach J.
I mean, when I was a freshman.
Okay, you say Coach J, do you know that individual's full name?
Jeremy Tompkins.
Would you recognize that person if you saw them today?
Yes.
Do you in fact see them today?
Yes.
Please identify where they are seated and pick out article of clothing they are wearing.
You know, a flash or something. To the right, the boy he got with myself.
For the record, he looks identified.
So no,
Now, I'm gonna ask you to speak up a little bit louder for you, okay? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Now, when did you first meet Coach J?
2021, like November 15th.
What grade were you in at that time?
I was in the 9th grade.
And how did you meet Coach J?
At first day at trials, he was the JV coach. I was the president.
Have you continued a relationship with Coach J throughout your 9th grade year?
Yeah, we got real close 9th grade year.
When you say you got real close, what do you mean by that?
Like, we had built like a regular player and coach like relationship. Like, not real close, I said, like, we started getting close in 9th grade when I first met him.
Did you continue to get even closer throughout your 10th grade year?
Yeah.
Did you play basketball with Farmington High School in 10th grade as well?
Yeah.
Now, how often would you, throughout 10th grade, how often would you see Coach J?
Every single day, because he was a role model at the school. I see him every day. We sit with him at lunch, talking to him. In between classes, talking to him, and stuff like that.
So when he was not acting as your basketball coach, you said he was a hall monitor in the school?
Yeah.
So when you say every day, was that every school day?
Yeah, every school day.
Did you see Coach J on weekends?
It's not, or yeah, we had weekend practices. Yeah, he was like my trainer.
What months are the basketball season?
From November to like March 3rd.
Did you see Coach J outside of the basketball season?
Yeah, that year I think he took us to some old college, some player that he used to coach at college games, and yeah, went to his house one time. He and Brez went to his house one time.
That one time that you're talking about, when was that?
It was around, or I'm not sure when it was. It was sometime like during the basketball season in 10th grade.
So last year's basketball season.
Yeah.
I'm drawing your attention back to like the summer months of this year, so June, July, August. Were you seeing Coach J through those months?
Wait, can you read that, please?
Yeah. So earlier this year, in like June, July, and August, is that typically when your school takes a break for summer?
Yeah.
Were you seeing Coach J during the summer?
Yes.
When were you seeing Coach J?
It started around like July 20th when I started working out with him again over the summer.
And you said when you started working out with him again, is there a point in time when you stopped working out?
Or I had stopped playing because I got injured, so I had to take a break.
When did you get injured?
Like June, like 12th or something.
So June of this year, you got injured, and then you took a break from playing basketball and working out. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
But you started working out with Coach J again in summer. Is that right?
Yeah.
When did you start working out with Coach J?
July 25th to like August 1st or something.
Now, were these workouts with the whole basketball team?
It was just me, Perez, and a couple other people. Like certain.
Now, I'm not going to use the name of other people who are under the age of 18. So it would be you, another individual. Is that another student at the school?
Yes.
Is that other individual a friend of yours?
Yes.
And Coach J?
Yes.
Were any other people at the school, either members of the basketball team or friends of yours, working out with you, your friend, and Coach Jay?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
It fluctuate between like 2 other people to like 4 other people, so they.
So starting in July, when you start to work out with Coach Jay, approximately how many times a week will you see?
Every day of the whole week, from Monday to Sunday.
So Monday through Sunday, you were seeing him about every day.
Yeah.
And when you would see him, would you work out?
Yeah, we work out every day.
Would you do anything other than work out?
We had started to go to his house.
Do you recall where his house is located?
Yeah, in Detroit.
So you said it was located in the city of Detroit.
Yes.
Do you live in the city of Detroit?
No.
Just what city do you live in?
I live in Oak Park.
So you live in Oak Park. How would you get to Coach Jay's residence in Detroit?
Or at the time, I was living in Farmington Hills during this time. So he had picked me up. He had picked me and the other player up, and we had go work out. And after the workout, we'd get something to eat, and then go to those.
Now, when you would go to his house, were you there during the day, or would you ever spend the night?
We would spend the night.
Approximately how many times a week would you spend the night at Coach Jay's house?
Like 5 times a week.
Whose idea was it for you to spend the night at Coach Jay's house?
Coach Jay.
You say you think Coach Jay. Why are you saying?
Because he was telling us how if we wanted to spend the night, we could. It's just that we could spend the night with him.
So when he suggested that you could spend the night, did you have to get permission from someone to spend the night?
Yeah, I did permission from my mom.
Do you remember the first time, or like, do you remember when Coach Jay started suggesting that you spend the night?
Once he realized that me and another student had a business going, and we were making money off of it.
So specifically like a month or a year, do you know when that was?
Like a month, like around beginning of August, like August 5th, what you see.
Now, prior to August of this year, had Coach Jay ever suggested that you spend the night?
No.
Now, I asked you a moment ago if you had to get permission from someone to spend the night. Who did you have to get permission from to spend the night at Coach Jay's?
I did permission from my mom.
Did she eventually give you permission?
Yeah.
Did she give you permission right away to spend the night at Coach Jay's?
No.
How long did it take for you to get permission to spend the night at Coach Jay's?
When Coach Jay told me he was about to basically manipulate my mom into letting me spend the night at his house for a second part right there.
Now, you said basically manipulate. Is that what Coach Jay said to you?
He told us, he was like, watch this, I want to say all the right stuff, and I know how to say all the right stuff.
So eventually, were you allowed to spend the night at Coach Jay's? And a moment ago, you said you spent the night at Coach Jay's up to 5 times a week?
Yeah.
And was that starting in August?
Yeah.
Is your birthday also in August?
Yeah.
So is it fair to say that you turned 16 in August of this year?
Yeah.
Now, in August of 2023, was there ever a time when you were in the car with Coach Jay?
Yes.
Did something occur in a car in August 2023 that brings you to court today?
When I was in the car with him, he grabbed my thigh. When we was in the car and left it on my thigh for 10 seconds.
I'm gonna back you up for a second. Do you recall where you were headed to in the car?
We are going to pick up here.
Is that the friend that you were talking about earlier?
Yeah.
So you said that you were on the way to go pick up that player. Where were you coming from?
I was talking to his house.
When you say his house were you talking about?
Coach Jay.
So when you were coming from Coach Jay's house, do you know what city you were located in the car?
In Detroit.
Now, what kind of car does Coach Jay drive?
2006 Honda pickup truck.
Where were you seated in that vehicle?
In the passenger seat.
Where was Coach Jay?
He was in the driver's seat.
Was anyone else in the car with you?
No, it was just me.
Do you recall what you were wearing on that particular day?
No, I'm not sure.
Do you remember if you had short pants, long pants, or
I remember having, long pants.
and what's the first thing that you remember happening?
Ran for it, was like, I don't know where he stopped, and he grabbed my thigh, and I was sitting there confused, and kind of uncomfortable, and I was asking what and stuff like that, I really grabbed my thigh for me, and he sat there with a blank face. So I brought his hand was on my thigh, and I'm asking what, and then he played it off, like he was coming up with a business idea. But, right at the time, I let it slide, because I didn't really think of it. Thought that's what he was doing.
Sir, I'm gonna stop you there, I'm gonna back up for a second. You said that you grabbed your thigh, specifically what part of his body was touching what part of your
His hand went on my thigh, and his fingers like in the.
and it was touching your right thigh or your left?
My left
And you said that his fingers were touching the inner part of your thigh?
Yeah.
And was his palm kind of on the top of your thigh?
Yeah,
Was his hand moving or was it stationary?
it was stationary.
Did you do anything with his hand at that time?
Yeah.
And how long was his hand on your thigh?
10 to 12 seconds.
Now, specifically on your thigh, like was it closer to your knee, closer to your groin, or something else?
Close to my groin.
Had he ever touched you in that location
At the time, no, but another time after that.
I'm gonna ask you about that in a minute, specifically about the car. You said that you were saying the word what? What were you trying to convey by saying the word what or asking?
I was asking like, why didn't you on my thigh?
Do you recall the car were you moving or stationary?
I think it probably.
And did the defendant say anything to you while this was happening?
Until after he took it.
I can't hear you, sir.
I said until after he took it off, took his hand off.
What was going through your mind at that time?
I was thinking that I thought he was about to try to, I was scared. I didn't know what he was going to.
At some point, does he take his hand off your thigh?
Yes,
What happens when he takes his hand off your thigh?
he explains to me a business idea about selling jackets at the school. I found a new idea or something like that.
Did you continue to feel scared in that car ride?
No, I reset that. I kind of probably like a little bit uncomfortable. So,
Did anything else happen during that car ride? Now, I'm gonna go, I'm sorry, one more search. A moment ago, you said that there was another time that he touched your thigh. Do you remember when that was?
I was in another player was spending the night at his house. We had fell asleep watching a movie on the couch.
So I'm gonna back up for a second. Do you know what month of the year this was?
I think it was August.
August of this year?
Yeah.
And I am gonna ask you to speak up a little louder. I know it's hot in here, but a little louder, okay? So you said that you and another player were spending the night at Coach Jay's house.
Yeah.
Is this the first time that you had spent the night at Coach Jay's house?
No, it was like 2 weeks after spending the night.
You said that it was sometime in August.
Yeah.
Had school started back up yet?
No,
So you were spending the night at his house. Where in his house were you?
we were in his living room.
Describe for me what was in the living
Yeah, he had 2 couches and a TV on one wall, and 1 couch on one wall, and a couch on the other wall. And then,
I'm sorry, is this a total of 3 couches in the living room?
or no, 2, 1 couch on one wall to the left, a couch in the back of the thing, in the back of the room, and a TV in front.
So 2 couches and 1 TV.
Yeah.
Where were you in the living?
I was on one of the couches in the back that was facing the TV.
You said you were on one of the couches in the back. What size couch is this?
It's a two-seater reclining couch.
And are these like bucket seat recliners? And is there a partition in between where two people sit, or is it a straight couch?
It's like a divider. Which on which you see.
So were you seated in that, in one of those seats?
Yeah,
Which seat were you in, the left seat or the right seat?
I was on the left seat.
You said that there was another player there. Where was that other player?
He was asleep on the other couch by himself.
So the other player was not on the same couch as you.
So,
Was anyone sharing the couch floor?
yes, Coach J was just right there.
Was he in the right seat?
Yes.
And you said that this was a recliner. Was the couch reclined?
Yeah, we were both of our coaches, we were going, I think we were going to see.
Do you remember approximately what time this was?
No, I'm not sure.
Was it at nighttime?
Yeah, it was around like around 12 a.m.
Now, when you said that you were going to sleep, did you have any blankets or covers on you?
No,
Do you recall if Coach J had any blankets or covers on you?
no, I don't think that.
Do you remember what you were wearing?
No, I'm not sure.
So, at some point, do you fall asleep?
Yeah.
Do you remember if you fell asleep before or after Coach J?
No, I'm not sure.
You mentioned that there was a TV in this room. Is the TV on?
TV was on when I went to sleep and it was off.
At some point, do you wake?
I wake up in the middle of the night.
Did something cause you to wake up?
Yeah, because I was going to pick the movie, so the remote was in my lap. And I woke up, Coach J looking for the remote. As he was looking for the remote, his hand was touching my thigh.
So you said that you picked the movie, so you had the remote in your lap. Where was the remote in your lap?
It was like right next to my inner thigh,
Right next to your inner thigh. Was it closer to your knee or closer to your foot?
closer to my room.
And you said that you don't remember having any blankets or covers on. Is that right?
Yeah, that was like
So what specifically did you feel when you woke up?
felt like rubbing on my leg, and I was like, confused.
You wake up, do you see Coach J's hand or do you feel Coach J's hand?
I see Coach J.
You said that it was rubbing on what part of your thigh?
Like the inner part and the outer part.
When you say the inner part of your thigh, is that closer to your knee or closer to your foot?
Closer to my room.
How long does that rubbing last?
5 to 6 seconds, like 5 seconds.
Now, when you wake up, do you say anything?
No, I can't say anything.
Is the defendant saying anything to you at that time?
No.
At some point, does Coach J stop rubbing your outer and then inner thigh?
Yeah, one thing he grabbed the remote after. Like when I woke up, I wake up to him touching me, and I see him grabbing the remote because like around my left.
When you fully wake up, does Coach J ever say anything to you about that? What was going through your mind when you woke up to that rubbing?
I was thinking that I was thinking that it was about to be do something.
Did you stay in the same chair after you woke up?
Yeah.
Eventually, did you fall back asleep?
Yeah.
When Coach J grabbed the remote, did he do anything with the remote?
No.
Did you turn the TV back on?
I think so. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I don't remember.
So you don't remember if he did anything with the remote when he was, that he grabbed?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Did you and Coach J ever talk about that instance after it happened?
I don't remember.
you remember any other instances of Coach J touching?
No,
Did Jay ever give you any sports massages?
no, I don't know.
Cross examine.
You said you met Coach J when you were a freshman, am I correct, at prime time?
Yes.
It wasn't until you were in the 10th grade when you started doing these personal trainings with Coach J.
No, I started in 9th grade.
And these personal trainings will take place mostly during the summertime, right?
They had it right after the season, we got ready for working out around people.
And they would last until the summer.
Yeah.
And when they would last until the summertime, there were moments when you would stay the night at Coach J's house.
No, when I was in 9th grade, I never spent the night. So,
When did you start staying the night at Coach J's house?
this summer around August.
You said this summer.
Oh, yeah, summer.
So that would have been after your 10th grade.
Or, yeah.
And in your 10th grade year, were you on the JV basketball team?
And I was on the varsity team.
You mentioned something about getting permission from your mother to stay at Coach J's house.
Yeah.
Is that true? So you said it took a while to get your mother's permission to stay at Coach J's house.
Yeah.
But at some point, Coach J was able to talk to your mom and then to convince her to allow you to stay.
Yes.
And at that time, where were you staying with your mom? Where were you staying?
We were in an extended stay hotel.
Did you have any other siblings that were with you and your mom at that time?
I had my brother that was 7 and my sister was 5.
And part of the reason that you started to stay. Okay, thank you. So when you started to stay, the other student that would stay, you guys had a business interest together, correct?
Yes.
And Coach J had offered not only to train you, but to help you guys grow the business.
Yes.
Did you ever invest any money into the business?
No, I think he spent like $40 on time. So I'm serious.
So in August, you indicated on one occasion, you were riding in the car in Coach J's truck, all right?
Yes.
And then at some point as you're riding in the car, he puts his hand on your thigh.
Yes.
I believe you described it, the hand stays stationary, they move around, am I correct?
Yes.
And after about 10 to 12 seconds, you said something to him, you said what? Am I correct?
Yeah.
As if you were trying, as to see why he was trying to get your attention, am I correct?
Yes.
And so once he got you guys' attention, he started to talk about how to expand the business. He tried to, and there was no more conversation or any talk about why his hand was on your thigh or anything like that, correct?
Yes.
You described a second time later on in the month of August when you and the other student are at Coach J's home, all right?
Yes.
You're all sitting on the couch. One student is on the other couch that's facing to the left, all right?
Yes.
Alone, by himself.
Yes.
And you and Coach J are sitting on the couch that's at the back of the room.
Yes.
You're on one side, Coach J is on the other. Talk about it was your responsibility to pick the movie that you guys were going to watch that evening.
Yes.
So you had control of the remote control.
Yes.
And prior to you falling asleep, you remember the remote control being in your lap.
Yes.
And the television was on. The television was on at the time. So you had selected a movie for the three of you to watch. You indicated that you're awakened by there was something on your body, am I correct?
Yes.
You wake up and you see Coach J's hand near your body.
Yes.
And that lasts, you said, I believe, approximately 5 to 6 minutes.
No, not minutes.
Seconds, I apologize. 5 to 6 seconds. And you indicated that this hand was closer to your groin area than your knee.
Yeah.
What was the remote control?
It was like around in the middle of my lap.
It was in the middle of your lap.
Yeah.
Between your groin area, am I correct?
Yeah.
And at some point, Coach J was able to get the control from your lap area, am I correct? You eventually fall back to sleep because you don't recall whether or not the television was turned on or off. You don't remember what Coach J did once he got in control.
No.
Now, we indicated that there was no conversation between yourself and Coach J about him getting control of you. There was no conversation about him touching your back. You testified on direct examination that there were no other incidents between yourself and Coach J of that nature, correct? You continue to train with Coach J for the rest of the summer, correct?
Yes.
And you will still stay nights at Coach J's home?
Yes, but while I was staying there, I was telling the other players how I was skeptical about something before, and something he was telling us.
And that was about the business, am I correct?
No, about his sexuality and what he was doing to the local players once they turned 10.
When did you stop training with Coach J?
I stopped training with him once he kicked me off the basketball group chat because of something. I don't know what it was, but yeah, so I got weird and he kicked me off the basketball group chat and started trying to turn the other player against me for some reason. And then that's when I trained around September, the last couple of days of September.
Can you redirect? So you said he started acting weird. What do you mean by that?
Like, every time I leave a room, he started going up to the other player, telling him stuff about like trying to change his perception. He was always talking about changing people's perception and stuff. And he was trying to change the other player's perception on me and his mom and everybody else, making it seem like I was gay and all this other stuff.
Making it seem like you were what?
Making it seem like that I was gay.
That you were gay. What did he say to make it seem like you were gay?
Or he said to the other player, or the other player told me that every time I leave the room, or he told me to my face, he said that for him, the reason he was so emotional was because he was gay. He was like trying to imply that maybe I was gay or something, and saying I was going to reveal the truth one day or something like that. So that's how I know that he was saying that.
Okay, let me catch that again. He said that he was gay.
Yeah.
He thought that you may be gay.
Yeah. I told him I was.
Said one day you may reveal.
Yeah.
Questions based on my questions.
Sir, approximately how many conversations did you have with Coach J about sexuality?
Yeah, like every day he was telling us new stories about something.
Did Coach J Jay ever tell you about starting a relationship with prior students?
Yes, most of the times. He said most of the students came back to him. He told me the day one of his players turned 18, I came over and they did stuff.
Other questions?
Anything else, Mr. Taylor? Any other questions? He said that the students, once they turned 18, came back to him and did what?
Start doing sexual stuff.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
People call over short business.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
Anyone offer no witnesses for this exam?
Mayor, at this time, people move to have the defendant bound over on the 2 counts as charged. Count 1, criminal sexual conduct in the second degree involves sexual contact with someone between the ages of 13 and 15, where the defendant was not only an employee of the school, but used his status to establish a relationship with the victim. Here we heard from an individual who is 16 currently. However, his date of birth was just last week. So when the incident occurred in October, specifically October 7th, 2023, he was 15 years old at the time. That individual testified that the defendant, who he knows as Coach J, has been his basketball coach employed through Farmington High School, someone that he has had contact with since his 9th grade year, which was about 1.5 to 2 years ago after the basketball season. Throughout that time, they established a very close relationship. It was largely based on their basketball training that Coach J was helping that individual to get better. That individual said he wanted to go to the league, and that Coach J was training him. Throughout that time, Coach J had that individual, as well as a small handful of other students from the basketball team, not the entire basketball team, a very small number of students, start to spend time at his residence and in and away from Farmington High School, to the point where Coach J would drive to Farmington, pick up that individual, take them back to his residence, have them spend the night, and then drive back the next morning to early morning practices in Farmington High School. Throughout that time, I think the first victim stated that he was spending multiple nights a week staying over at the defendant's residence. Leading up to early October, that individual stated that he, another boy, victim 2, was no longer spending the night at their residence because the defendant said that victim 2 was not able to stay there anymore with victim 1 at the same time. So on October 7th, 2023, victim 1 went with the defendant back into his residence. The 2 of them were alone. They had a somewhat brief conversation in the living room, and then the defendant suggested that they go upstairs to the guest bedroom to stretch. Now, victim 1 said he didn't think anything of that. He had spent regular nights in the guest bedroom, and stretching was a normal thing that they would do before they would go to sleep. So they went upstairs. The defendant helped him stretch and then offered to give him a massage. Now, this is the point in time at which victim 1, I think very clearly in his testimony, indicated the points at which he started to feel like things were different and were deviating from the normal, arguably grooming behavior that the defendant had exhibited. So the first one that he noticed was different was that Coach J, and I'm going to continue to repeat Coach J because it demonstrates the relationship the defendant had with this individual. That Coach J made a comment about his feet as an excuse to turn off the light. And then all of a sudden, Coach J is giving this 15-year-old in the guest bedroom of his home a massage while the lights are off. He then proceeds to get in a position on the bed where one of the victim's leg is on his, he is massaging up his leg. At some point, he has the victim remove his pants. The victim stated that Coach J actually helped this 15-year-old to remove his shorts so that only his underwear was left. And that while he was massaging and rubbing on victim 1's leg, he touched his ball sack with his fingers. I do believe that counts as a sexual touching. And I do think that everything leading up to that moment And then everything after that moment indicates why in fact that was a sexual touching that should count, was done for a sexual purpose, and was not an accident or a mistake. Because after that, the defendant then got on top of the victim on 2 different occasions. He was trying to, that's what the victim said, he was trying to pry his arms apart because the victim had his hands over his chest and was holding them in front of them while Coach J was trying to pry his arms apart. He tried to have the victim take off his shirt. The victim refused to take off his shirt, but Coach J still decided that he was going to rub on his chest in a way that did not feel like a massage, but was feeling more like he was rubbing on and touching. The victim was so uncomfortable that he was saying things like, all right, Coach J, all right, Coach J. Even in this moment, and then after the sexual touching, still calling the defendant Coach J, because that's what he was to him. He's saying, all right, Coach J, all right, Coach J, and then kept repeating, you are the Chico, which he described that in prior instances where Coach J would get on top of him, he would have to tell Coach J, you are the Chico in order for Coach J to get off. But in this instance, that's not it. So after 2 times on top of him, on top of the victim, the second one, he was so close that the victim said he could feel his lips and his beard on his neck. The defendant got off, and then before they're able to move on from the situation, the defendant makes a statement saying something like, I thought she wanted me to suck her dick. So I think that that is clearly demonstrating that the defendant had an interest in moving forward with the sexual touching, that the sexual touching was there, the way in which he was touching the victim's body is absolutely indicative of that sexual touching. And then everything after that goes to the relationship that he had built with this victim. This victim was so concerned, he's texting his mom, he wants to get out, he finally goes home, he tries to cheer up or console the defendant, even tells him not to pick back up the bottle. And then what does that victim wake up to the next morning? He wakes up to a text from the defendant with a picture of a liquor bottle. So there was a clear abuse of power in this relationship and abuse of that status. Count 1 on more than probable cause standard has been met. Now, specific to count 2, criminal sexual conduct in the 4th degree, the only difference in this count is the victim's age. The victim was 16 years old. He turned 16 in August, and then he testified that the 2 thigh touchings that he had from the defendant occurred in August. So he would have been 16 years old at that time. He also established the nature of their relationship, and actually defense counsel's questions got into more of the specifics of that. That at that time, the victim was staying in an extended stay hotel. In many ways, I think the defendant provided an opportunity for victim 2 to have a place to stay with a friend and a coach that cared about him, and then exploited that relationship. Once in the car, when he grabbed his thigh, I do believe that that counts as a sexual touching. His palm was on the top of his thigh, his fingers were down the inner part of his thigh near his groin. It was there for about 10 to 12 seconds. There was no reason that the coach should be touching a player in this fashion. I think that is appropriate when we factor it into the totality of the circumstances. I believe an argument can be made for a finder of fact, or for a trier of fact, that that was done for a sexual purpose. Moving on to the remote instance, I understand it could have been, the argument can be made that he was just reaching for the remote. But again, if you look at the totality of the circumstances, what is this newly 16-year-old boy doing at the coach's house overnight? If the remote was in between his lap, a reasonable coach, a person who is a coach, should wake that player up and say, I need the remote. Not go feeling outside of the thigh and then into the inner thigh to be reaching for a remote. Additionally, the victim was unsure whether or not the defendant did anything for the remote. So I think the argument can very easily be made that the defendant was feeling on victim number 2 while he was asleep, and that he grabbed the remote when the victim 2 woke up. And wasn't sure why his coach was touching his outer thigh and then his inner thigh near his groin. Again, for probable cause purposes, people more than met their burden. I reserve any further argument for
I think what the court has heard now, I'll use the word that victim number 1, and that's how I'm classifying, so we're not using names in terms of the way they testify. He himself indicated that there were this massaging, the stretching was something that was common between. And that the only thing that was really different from this particular point, I know the court can take this in its totality, but the only thing that was different in this point was that during the course of this massage, there were two things that were different. But nothing that led to the point where this court, I believe, to find a probable cause as to whether or not the criminal sexual conduct took place. One, he indicated that there was a touching of the genital. And he said that he himself said he believed there was an accident, that he was commonly sensitive to Coach J's sexuality, and he did not want to pass judgment on him. And because of that, and making the assumptions as to whether or not he was being more aggressive and being more assertive in touching him during the course of these massages. Some people talked about when he sat and when he straddled, and as he was continuing massages, he was asking him to move his arms and trying to move his arms. But even the standpoint of when he was trying to lift the shirt or asking to remove the shirt, that he felt that he was just touching his chest or rubbing his chest. But my question is, if he's got his arms crossed in the fashion that he said that they were crossed, and that they were not able to be removed, how in the world was Coach J touching his chest in any intimate or sexual way? From that standpoint, so from just basically from the field in sheer physical standpoint, given what his testimony was, I don't believe that this could rise to a level whether or not there was any touching with the point of trying for sexual gratification in this way. I don't have to argue, I'm not going to argue in terms of the elements in terms of the relationship. We know what the relationship is. We know that Coach J was the coach and mentor of these two young men. And particularly when we look at victim number 2 and his description of what took place with him. Just, I understand and I recognize through experience and through, and this court is well versed in these areas, that touching of the inner thigh can be considered a sexual touching under the context of criminal sexual conduct. But in this situation, in most situations, we have, I believe, circumstances which clearly can be superseding events where this court can take determination as to whether or not these were done for sexual gratification. When we talk about the first touching in the car, you say he touched his thigh, he stayed there for 10 to 12 seconds. There was no movement of his hand. And then it was all of a sudden he says, what? And then again, as a natural reaction, he says, the coach comes up with an ideal, starts talking about this ideal that has come to his mind about how they can grow the business that he and victim 2 and victim 2 are involved in. And in fact, that Coach J is assisting them with this business. Although he indicated there was not much financial investment by Coach J, but there was still constant mentoring, advice given on how to grow this t-shirt business, this online website business that they were running. And then even when the court looks at the second incident that he described, he clearly says that the remote, he was in control of the remote, he was the person responsible for picking the movie, and that he was the remote was on top of his lap, in the middle of his lap, between both his left inner thigh and his right inner thigh. He wakes up to the coach, he claims, touching his inner thigh around his thigh for about 5 to 6 seconds, and then he removes the remote, which he clearly says is in his lap, and in his groin area, and between his left and right area. And the coach, it would appear that if he wanted to make a sexual gesture towards the person as he's sitting there, clearly where the remote was closer to his genital area than where he claimed he was touching, and where he eventually removed the remote from. So the court, I believe that looking at it from that perspective, it would make it very hard to say that there was any touching that was done for sexual gratification when he does not even remember what happened right after the remote was removed from his lap. We asked the court not to buy Mr. Tompkins as it relates to count 1 and count 2, given the circumstances. And although they seem suspicious, we have a coach who has garnered the confidence of both parents, and both kids have indicated that they spent multiple nights in his home. And we have very, very minute, very obscure incidents that they describe in order to have my client sitting before this court with charges which I believe are clearly inadequate based on the facts that have been presented today. So I would respectfully ask this man.
So the facts this court has heard are to be believed. If they are true, it is really a shame because it would entail this defendant using his position of authority to manipulate these young boys and their families who trust their kids to. Victim number one tells us how the defendant gets him, works him out, then massages him, takes him to a room, isolates him from other kids, takes him to a room and massages him, finds a reason to turn out the light. I don't want to see your feet. And then proceeds to go up his leg to where, in the victim's words, touches his ball sack. Doesn't do it for very long. So although the defendant may be a dummy, no one said he's a complete dummy because he's going to test the waters and see how far he can go. He's going to see the boy's reactions each and every time that he makes an advancement. And if the boys don't seem to be with it, then he's going to play it off. Start talking about businesses and any other thing that could justify what he just did. But if there's anything that puts the nail in the coffin as to what this defendant's intent was, is what he says after the fact. After touching him, after getting on top of the victim number one, and hovering over him, as the victim said, and trying to pry his arms apart and rubbing his chest, not in a massaging way. He said, I know the difference between being massaged and being rubbed on. Being rubbed on, gets very close to his ear and whispers in his ear, I thought you wanted me to suck your dick. That to me takes away any question whatsoever as to what his intent was when he touched him, when he was touching his chest, when he touched his ball sack. As it relates to complainant number two, not quite as egregious. But then look at the totality of the circumstances. We have this grown man with these children discussing sexuality with them. And he's supposed to be a basketball coach. How does that come into play? Where does that come from? We're talking about this sexuality. I'm gay. I thought you were gay. That type. Where does any of that even factor in? It doesn't. Except for his alleged actions in grabbing the inner thigh of complainant number two. When I want to get somebody's attention, I don't grab their thighs. I hit their arm, or I push them, or I call their name. He grabs the inner thigh, holds it there for 10 to 12 seconds. When complainant number two is not with it, what does he do? He starts talking about growing the business, because he's trying to play it off. This whole thing of, I'm now the victim, I'm taking you home, this is all effed up now. Crying in the car and playing crazy music. I don't think, once you look at things in the totality of these circumstances, if there's any question that the people have shown criminal sexual conduct in the second degree, criminal sexual conduct in the fourth degree, as it relates to complainants 1 and 2. By probable cause that the court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit, the court finding probable cause to believe this defendant committed will bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for the proceedings. Are there any issues, or does anyone want to address bond?
I would like to address bonds. My understanding is that the defendant's current bond is, I think, $250,000 personal bond. I think that if we were to turn that into a cash bond, that may be a bit high, but I would be asking for a bond where at least the defendant would have to post some amount of money. I do believe that what we have heard today is egregious. I do think that it shows the predatory conduct of the defendant specific to his players, and a pattern of grooming behavior that he exhibited over the course of years. If I think there's believing the victims of what they're saying when this relationship started, how we got there. I would ask for the defendant to have to post at least some amount. I would be looking for at least, I think, $100,000, 10% if the court is amenable to that, and I asked for GP stuff.
Mr. Taylor.
Yeah, the bond is set out, is open, understand the monetary, the security, where the person, so there's no security, but he is currently a GPS tether. And so to the best of my knowledge, since he's been released from custody, he's not in any contact, actually he has no ability to contact anybody, other people, so payers, and he's not communicating to do that because he has no phone, his phones were taken away. And he's not, this is a very financial dire situation where he is just barely making by. So he really does not have any funds to post a bond at this point. And again, I believe that whoever the master was, and I was not the person who sent it or that arranged it, looked at his pre-trial service report, realized that this is a person that does not have any prior criminal history and has the ability to be monitored in the community and monitored correctly with the GPS tab. I would respectfully ask the board not to change the bond and leave it as is. Because I believe that he is secured by way of the GPS tab. He has no desire and no reason to get in contact with any minors or the alleged victims of the state.
He's on house arrest?
He is on house arrest. So
the very scary thing about this is that situations like this, I'm not sure how long he's been acting as a coach or been involved in the school system. And like, he's been in contact with a lot of kids. And these facts are true. And it's likely, and I don't know this for certain, but it's likely that there are others out there. There's other people that he was trained about. That's pretty scary. It's a pretty scary circumstance. And also gives the court some concern how the defendant allegedly told kids that he knows exactly what to say to their parents in order to get them to spend the night. I can't imagine why the defendant allegedly is sleep on the couch with these boys and he has a bedroom. Why are you on the couch with them if those facts are believed? This court certainly would not have given a personal bond. I'm not sure who did that. I think some monetary bond is in order in light of these circumstances. Not the most egregious facts that I've ever heard, but still disturbing nonetheless. As such, the court is going to set bond at $100,000, 10% house arrest. No contact with the children age 16. That'll make his arraignment on the information date November 20th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll talk about, Let me see what.
Yeah, go downstairs.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Hello there. Wait.
Thank you, Judge King.
Thank you. Have a good one.
The media.
Good day. Thank you. We have here,
Vernon Martin. He is waiving, Judge, and we wanted to address.
Okay, where's my prosecutor? I didn't forget about you back there, Ms. Bird.
Hey, Robin, please.
No, yeah,
Wait. Okay, 59573, State of Michigan versus Vernon Henry Martin Jr. And is charged in count 1 aggravated stalking, count 2 4-degree arson. Appearances for clerk, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drake, the people, P number 60249.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Junior Puja, 371963, appearing on behalf of Vernon Martin.
Tell me your name, correct, sir.
Vernon Martin.
Mr. President.
Judge, after discussing the matter with the prosecutor, she is going to move to amend count 1 to misdemeanor stalking, and Mr. Martin will waive on the remaining felony count 2.
That's correct, Your Honor.
What's the statute?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm getting that right now.
Mr. Martin, please raise your right hand, sir. Mr. Rowe, I tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination by waiving the same. That means you won't have it when you'll be bound over on the amended count 1 to misdemeanor stalking in the 4th-degree arson. You understand the nature and the purpose of the preliminary examination? Yes. You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime was charged with the city of Detroit, and it was probably caused by the committed. Yes. Is anyone forcing you to waive your right? No. Is anyone punishing you? Are you waiving your right freely, voluntarily? Yes. The objection will be.
No objection, Your Honor.
Court finds defendant's waiver was made more than voluntarily free given, therefore binding criminal to Wayne County Third Circuit Court. Criminal Division for further proceedings is arraigned on information date and time will be November 20th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. This bond will be continued.
Judge, we did want to address the bond. Okay. Actually, the bond is set at $50,000 in cash, surety, no 10% rate of cut. I believe he has no criminal history. $50,000 cash is surety on even the original charges is excessive. But at this point,
So we have a DSU report here. They recommend what's this bond set?
50,000 cash. Judge, he is employed in the original city of Detroit with his mother and his son.
They said they find that its current bond is excessive and they recommend 50,000 cash surety, which is what his bond is anyway. With house arrest, being allowed to leave the work medical appointments only. No contact between witnesses. So they recommend what the bond is. I'm not exactly sure what they're doing. But he does have assaulted and pregnant woman dismissed 37th District Court 2006. And OWI, starting premises. They go to the something. There's PPO order in place.
The PPO is related to this case.
Right.
He wasn't served until he was arrested.
We had something in July, also again. in September. So I find it interesting that they're telling us, asking, recommending to the court that I set the bond exactly where it is.
Maybe there's a typo, Judge. They meant to say 10%. I don't know.
Is that 10%?
No, I'm saying there must be a typo somewhere. They're recommending a reduction and then stating the exact amount that it is. Or they're not, they weren't aware of what the bond was.
Maybe they thought the bond was $500,000. I recommend $50,000.
In any event, Judge, it's for your honor to decide, not the pre-child services. The court knows
You recognize that. A lot of people don't.
Judge, I know the court's aware that the court rules, even with the history, presumption under the court rules is still a personal bond, or if the court is not satisfied that a personal bond would reasonably assure his reappearance in the safety of the community, to then assess basically the minimal conditions that you feel are necessary to ensure that. And I don't think 50,000 is the minimum we can do to protect the community. For
Appreciate
sure.
my position, Mr. Cruiser. And I have a complaining witness who keeps reaching out over and over again saying, this person will not leave me alone. The buck has to stop somewhere. You're going to leave her alone. At least on my watch.
Yeah, but he's been in custody, Judge, so I don't know that there's been any violation of the
Talking about the things leading up to it.
Right, well, that's the essence of the case.
Right.
Right? He's charged with crime now. He's going to face trial or face whatever resolution is worked out for him. But to hold him in custody because he doesn't have $50,000 in cash.
Well, that wouldn't be why I'm holding him in custody. I would be holding him in custody because I think it's a danger to the community going to complain witness.
But Judge, what we're doing here by saying $50,000 in cash is what's necessary to release him, is that if he was a wealthier individual and could post the $50,000 in cash, suddenly.
And I probably wouldn't say that at $50,000 cash.
Well, Judge, but that's not the purpose of bond. It's not to set a bond at whatever amount we think he's not able to post, right? I mean, if we think $50,000 in cash is sufficient, then it's sufficient for everybody, right? We don't.
Well, you verbalize it, but in essence, that's what I'm doing. I want to keep him in because I think he poses a danger to the community or the complaining witness.
So essentially what the court's doing is remanding, right? We're setting a bond, we're setting it at an amount that we know he's not going to be able to post or even come close to. And the effect that it's having is a remand, which is illegal. That's not a constitutional bond. I'm asking the court to either set a personal bond or at a minimum grant a 10% provision to $50,000 bonds.
Your Honor, I would absolutely ask the court to deny that motion for any change right now. I think that this bond is even low. This complainant who is here, is quoting here from her, if the court wishes to, he has been harassing her for a long time. I have a stack of police reports that she has made. This isn't just, oh, this happened here, this happened here. She makes police reports to try to get some help. She would tell the court that this isn't the first arson that has happened on her property either. I have video I can show to the court. The harassment from him has not stopped.
until he has been incarcerated. So that is the only thing that has worked, even getting PTO. He wasn't served with it, yes, but until this incident, but she said that he was served before that, but I don't have proof of that from when she called before. But Your Honor, she hasn't received any relief from the harassment until he has been locked up. So that is the only thing that has worked. So I'm asking that there be no change whatsoever because he is a danger to society and specifically to the community.
All I'm hearing is that he's guilty, right? And even if he was convicted as charged, his guidelines are probation. Those are his guidelines. Given his record and given what the guidelines are going to be for an arson and important to be. Obviously, if he pleads guilty or is found guilty, we can advocate for why the judge should exceed the guidelines, but I don't think we should impose harsher sentence than what the guidelines call for by way of harm.
So if he's pleading guilty right now, is he looking at probation?
That's what his guidelines will be, yes, Judge, on a 5-year maximum felony arson in the fourth degree. I don't know which judge he's gonna end up in front of. But his guidelines are going to be a probation status.
So again, I have some very real concerns about this community and the alleged assault of this. I don't know anything about this case, however. But the court does consider, however, that if, I'll take your word for it, if he's to plead guilty, that's charged right now, he likely wouldn't do a day in jail. So it makes no sense whatsoever to keep him in jail. Case if you plead guilty to right now, he would do a day in jail, and fine. How much can you post him?
Right now, Your Honor, I'll be in jail for almost a month, haven't been to work.
That wasn't my question. Let me try it again. How much can you post?
$1,000 at 2%.
$100?
Right now, I'm in jail for over a month, haven't been to work. All my money's exhausted into bills and everything else.
He is indigent, Judge.
I'll set bond at 50,000, 10% GPS tether house arrest. No contact with complaining witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right this way, sir. Mr. James, did you ever get that status from?
Yes. It is 750.411H.
Okay, thank you. for your patience and prayer. Calling case 2359661, for State of Michigan versus Tamika Michelle Stiles. In the discharge of count one, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count two, malicious destruction of personal property, $200 or more, but less than $1,000. Count three, domestic violence.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drake on the people, P number 60240.
And yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. May it please the court, Delphia Burton hearing on behalf of the Styles, P number 47688. Styles, would you introduce yourself to the court, please?
Ready time set for exam. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complainant is not present and I cannot proceed without his responsibility.
Move to dismiss this matter.
So we're taking this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
Is that it for the day? Well, folks, that concludes the docket for the day. Hope to see you tomorrow, same best station, same event.